How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final genocide. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final
You know, in retrospect, today's topic may have been ill-considered given the stream we just had with conservative retardation. Because I promise you, the topic that we're going to be watching on this stream, we're going to see more conservative retardation in my chat. We are absolutely going to see more conservative retardation in my chat today. Because we're going to be talking about how Jesus isn't real and about how he was a Jewish psyop. Now listen. Yeah, everyone's going to lose their minds. Yep, yeah, here we go. Listen. I do not personally care if you are a Christian. It makes no difference to me. I don't personally care if you're Jewish. It makes no difference to me. I will treat you how you treat me. The thing of it is as someone who I have never been a Christian, I have never pretended to be a Christian to make money, unlike James Lindsay, and many other people on the right. Do you guys know, side note, do you guys know how many people on the right pretend to be Christians just to make money? Yo, that's the original. I'm still working on the follow-up, which is going to be called Re-Education, but have fun with that book. Wow. Do you guys have any idea? Thank you for that book for sale, by the way. I appreciate it. Do you guys have any idea how many influencers on the right pretend to be Christians just to make money off of conservatives? Now, will conservatives ever be mad at them? No. Why? Because they pretended to be Christians and they said the things they wanted them to say. But like, listen, I don't care. See, No Mayo can attest to this. I don't personally care that No Mayo is a Christian. You are allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. I'm allowed to believe whatever I want to believe. But I've never been a Christian in my life. I am what some might call a New Age spiritualist. Although I hate the title of New Age. I hate it. Because quite frankly, my spiritual beliefs are older than the Christian Bible. So New Age was a marketing thing that came up in like the 60s and the 70s. It's a branding thing. It doesn't mean my spiritual beliefs are new. My spiritual beliefs are older than the Christian Bible. So they're decidedly not new. They've been around for a long time. A long, long time. I believe in energy. I believe in crystals. I believe in astrology. I believe in tarot cards. I believe in all of that crazy woo-woo stuff. I literally have a pack of tarot cards sitting on my desk at all times. I literally have a whole bunch of crystals sitting on my desk at all times, okay? I believe in my spiritual beliefs just as strongly as you do. I promise you. I bring this up because there may be some Christians today who get in their feelings. And if you are a Christian and if you feel the need to act out in my chat because you're in your feelings, just know that when I ban you from my chat for acting out, it will not be because you're a Christian. I'm not persecuting you because you're a Christian. I'm persecuting you and banning you because of your behaviors. Same thing goes for Jews. If Jews want to come on my channel and be nice and just play nicely with everyone, I have no issue with it because I personally don't care that you're Jewish. But if you come in my chat and act like an unhinged retard, I will ban you. And it's not because of anti-Semitism, it's because of your behavior. Well, see, this is a retard question. And I'm just gonna be honest with you. If you ask a retard question to try to own me because you don't like that I'm not a Christian, I will permanently ban you from my chat. Do you understand? Because you're just being an asshole. You want to talk about my spiritual beliefs, bro? You believe a virgin had a baby. Do you believe virgins have babies? I don't believe virgins have babies. I believe it's a really fucking stupid thing to say that a virgin had a baby, but you believe that. So why are you stupid? Why are you a low IQ retard? Did you not take basic biology class in schools? Do you not know how sex works? Have you never been able to get someone to have sex with you? Because I'm just going to look at your question and say, are you smart enough to be on my channel? We have, you go, okay, you're getting permanently banned. Goodbye. I don't want to hear anything more from you. No. He didn't just get permanently banned because he's a Christian. He got permanently banned because of his behaviors. Okay? He got permanently banned because he was trying to proselytize to me in my chat. He was trying to make me look stupid because I don't agree with his spiritual beliefs, and I don't play that game. Okay? I've already had a difficult enough day because of conservative retardation. If anyone does that, here's the thing. I will never proselytize to you. I quite frankly don't care if you agree with me or not. I truly don't care. If you want to agree with my spiritual beliefs, cool, bro. If you don't want to agree with my spiritual beliefs, I don't give a fuck. It makes no difference to me. So if you feel the need to proselytize to me in my chat, if you feel the need to damn me to hell, if you lie about Adam Green once, I'm going to say this too. If you lie about Adam Green and you call him a Jew or you say any other retard thing, then I'm going to make the assumption that you are not smart enough to be on my channel, and I'm going to permanently ban you from the chat. Okay? This is a no retard zone. We've already had enough retard on my channel today, given the behavior in the last stream. We've already had enough. This is my time to relax. This is the happy hour stream that I was supposed to have starting an hour ago. It got postponed for reasons. No. See, this is an example. I'm giving you one warning. You continue to talk like this in my chat, you're going to be permanently banned. If you don't want to watch, here's the deal, guys. If you do not want to watch Adam Green, there's the door. No one forced you to click on the link. No one forced you to click on the thumbnail. Adam Green's face is on the thumbnail. You are making the choice to be here. If you don't want to hear from Adam Green, get the fuck out. Time to start being an adult. And oh, you're going to pray for me? Oh, bye. See this bullshit? No. Bye. No. Bye. goodbye. Normally, I don't mind if Christians say they're going to pray for me. Like, Christians say they're going to pray for me all the time. I have no issue with it. I mind, oh, I'm oppressing opinions. I'm oppressing opinions. Yes, I am. Goodbye. It's my fucking channel. I'll do what I want. See, I told you we were going to get Christian Retardia in the chat today. Normally, I do not care if Christians pray for me, except when they're doing it in a condescending and arrogant manner. If you're saying, well, I'm sorry that you just don't know like us, and we'll pray for your soul because you're obviously, like, go fuck yourself. I don't believe hell is real. I don't believe I'm going to hell because I don't believe hell is real. And I think that Christianity generally is a lesser evolved religion. And so you think you're going to damn me to hell and stay on my channel? Go away. No one's forcing you to be here. No one's forcing you to watch this video. No one's forcing you to watch this live stream. This is purely for me and my entertainment. And if you guys want to hang out, cool, man. If you don't want to hang out, there's the door. And you don't have to be here. And you can put on your fucking big boy pants. And you can say, you know what? This content is just not my cup of tea. And it'll be fine. Because I don't care that you're a Christian. I don't care if you watch this stream. What I care about is there being no unhinged retardia in my chat. That is the thing that right now is the most important to me. I don't want to see any damnation to hell. I don't want to see any proselytizing. I don't want to see any, oh, I'm so sorry that you haven't found Jesus yet, and I will pray for your immortal soul. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay? So, for those who have not heard of Adam Green is a friend of mine. He is a content creator. And Adam Green has what I think is a very interesting idea, which is essentially that Jesus is a Jewish psyop. That Jesus was created by a small group of Jewish men thousands of years ago, that the myth of Jesus that ended up in the Bible was created by Jews, some Jews, not all Jews, a very specific sect of Jews, in order to control people that were not Jewish by having them worship a Jewish god. Now listen, I think I saw KK earlier. I'm pretty sure it was you, KK. Did I mark that chat? No, I didn't. If it wasn't you, I apologize. I'm pretty sure I saw KK earlier, though, say something to the effect of, I've had experiences with Jesus, and some people might say that's New Age. Something like that. Well, I understand that. Adam's position is that Jesus was never a real person, and that it was purely a myth that was created by this sect of Jews in order to control non-Jewish people. I'm not 100% convinced that Jesus didn't exist, personally, because on a spiritual, energetic level, I have definitely had experiences with Christ consciousness. And by the way, Christians, you are not the only people who believe in Jesus. You are not the only people who believe in sort of like a Christ consciousness, although my definition of Christ consciousness would be different than your definition. And I've had very profound experiences with this in meditation, and you can't tell me I don't feel what I physically feel and all of that stuff. But I still think that Adam's ideas are worthy of consideration. And where I do agree with Adam, personally, is that, and guys, if you don't know, on Fridays, we usually don't do socialism content on the channel, quite frankly, because I need a break. So if you're here for socialism content, we're not doing that right now. Come back another time. If you want to stay and hang out, that's cool. But like, we're not doing socialism content right now. I need a break. And so we're doing this. So I don't think that, personally, I do not believe that the Jesus described in the Bible was a real person. That's not to say there isn't a person that was Jesus, but what I don't believe, because I think it's much easier to build a myth around something that's real rather than something that's not real, essentially. But just because I'm not convinced that Jesus was not a real person does not mean that I believe the Bible is the literal truth, because, quite frankly, I don't believe the Bible is the literal truth. I believe the Bible is a book of nice stories. I believe the Bible is a book of lessons where you can learn a lot of really important lessons by reading the Bible, but that doesn't mean that the Bible is meant to be taken literally. Okay? So, oh gosh, we're going to get so much retardie in the chat today. I already know. No one in the chat has to agree with me. No one in the chat has to believe what I believe, but I think these ideas are very worthy of consideration. And one of the things that I really appreciate about Adam and the work that he does is that Adam goes through a lot of primary source evidence, and he talks about the Bible a fair bit as well. Adam is so smart. Adam is like a computer with this topic, in the same way that I'm like a computer with socialism. Like, I don't know what it is, but like for me with socialism, I have this weird Rolodex in my head of like, here are all the socialist activists, and here's everything they've ever done, and here's everything they've ever said, and here's all the places they work, and here's all the organization. Like, I have a weird Rolodex of all things socialism in my head, where I have like instant recall of any minor detail. And people in my chat can attest to this. Like, we'll see a socialist and I'll be like, oh yeah, we watched that person 3 years ago, and here was the presentation, and here's what they talked about then. Because I have like a weird level of recall with this information, and it's just like, it's like because I'm chosen to do socialism on the internet. Like, that's why it is. Yeah, like I'm like a socialism savant. I like it's a weird thing. We'll be like, oh yeah, I remember that person from 6 months ago when we did X, Y, B, and Z, or like whatever the fuck. Adam is like that with Jesus. Okay? He is like that with his topic area. And so, regardless of whether or not you agree with Adam, I do think that he is a very, very, very smart person. I think he's done so much work and research in this area. I very much appreciate the type of content analysis that he does. And I think his ideas are worthy of consideration. And why I wanted to watch this on stream is I know that Adam has been trying to go on Jake Shields' show for a while. And Jake Shields has been kind of like being like, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. And so I was actually really excited to see Adam on Jake Shields' show. I've also met Jake Shields, by the way. I met him at AFPAC. Jake is like, he was like a really nice guy to me. I have no complaints about him. I don't think he agrees with Adam, but I appreciate that he's giving Adam a platform to talk about his ideas, because that's just cool. That's actually what I believe as well, that Jesus was a Jewish psyop. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, so we're gonna, guys, this is gonna be our happy hour stream that we quite frankly should have had. I already have my second beer in hand because I had my first beer earlier, but this is the raspberry cheesecake beer that you guys voted on in the last stream. And damn, this actually does taste. This is a beer that tastes like raspberry syrup. In like the best way. In like, it tastes like a savory kind of like, but it's got that sweetness and the tartness. It's so good. Holy shit, is that a good beer? Holy shit. If you're drinking something fun today, let us know in the chat. Let us know in the chat. I love to see what people are drinking for happy hour. Happy hour is a Friday stream that we do where we don't watch socialism. We don't watch anything that requires a lot of thinking. We just, bro, see, this is not Jason. I've warned you about being a low IQ retard in my chat before. You keep doing this, and I'm going to permanently ban you, okay? I need you to chill the fuck out, and if you don't want to watch this, there's the door. I warned you about being a low IQ retard before. I don't want to see any of this bullshit in my chat. I don't want to see proselytizing. I don't want to see this. So, like, you can leave, bro. You don't have to be here, okay? So we're just hanging out and we're watching content I want to watch. And that's it. That's what we're doing. That's it. That's it. That's it. Before we get into it, I want to, we'll take this. I've got to find a craft beer place near me. Well, yeah, you do, obviously. And listen, just find a place that sells craft beers. Sometimes it's the supermarket and you just don't know about it. Just go start by looking in the beer section at the supermarket. A lot of supermarkets have started to up their game. Maybe they don't have the biggest selection of craft beers, but they have some selection of craft beers. So just go to your local supermarket, see what they have in the beer aisle. They might have like my supermarket, my Shaw's has a mix and match thing where like it's not the best craft beer selection, but it's a start. It's better than it used to be. So that might be a great place to start. For people who weren't on the stream earlier, this is a raspberry cheesecake beer from Drecker Brewing Company. Drecker Brewing Company is one of my favorite brewing companies. They do a lot of really good sour ales. So if you're a girl like me with beer, like you might like their stuff. That is what we are drinking. Bro, the stupidity was so deep today. Can I just talk about this before we get started? Hang on. I'm going to talk about this. I'm not going to yell. But I do want to talk about this. Like, for people who are new to the channel, you guys have no idea the level of bullshit that I've had to deal with from the conservative right. You truly have no idea. You really don't. And it's like, even people who've been on my channel for years, even they don't even always have a full sense of the amount of retardation that I've had to deal with from the conservative right in doing what I'm doing. People on the channel, they see it all the time. There are conservative retards that come into my stream almost every single stream. And the minute that they come into the chat, they start literally yelling at us for being communists. So here's the deal. I have a subscribe time limit set where you have to be subscribed to my channel for 5 minutes in order to access the chat, right? So you would think if someone is brand new to my channel and they hit subscribe, you would think that maybe they would use that 5 minutes to figure out who I am and what I believe. Maybe they would read the description of the video, or if you guys actually look at the description of this live stream, you're going to see a description that says Karlyn is an anti-communist that does this stuff, right? If you listen to the content of the video and me talking, I don't think anyone can make the mistake, if they're actually listening to me, that I'm a communist. I really don't, unless they're just like not paying attention. They could go to my website. It's linked in my YouTube profile. They could go to my website and say, oh, okay, this person's not a communist. Okay. They don't do any of those things. They don't read the description of the video. They don't listen to what I'm saying. They don't go to my websites at all. They just come into the chat and they start shit posting incessantly and calling us all communists and insulting me, because what's happened is they've taken a look at me and they go, oh, you're a libtard. And so then they just start shit posting in the fucking chat. And then I have to stop the stream and yell at them. And it's like people in the chat, like this happens like literally almost every single stream we do. Almost every single stream. Have I tried the cherry lambic beer? You know what? I don't think I have, KK, but I do like cherry beer. I know that Sam Adams does a cherry wheat that is very, very good. And I think cherries actually go great in beer, so I bet that's a really good beer. So it's like, and what we saw today is, for people who don't know, what we saw today is we were trying to watch a live stream of a queer bookstore to like, and it was like a live stream. It was an event that was happening live. And what we wanted to do was ask questions in the chat to get them to say the quiet part out loud. And the whole thing was ruined. I did a whole warning up front and I said, do not go over to their chat and shitpost for reason X, Y, B, and Z. I did a whole warning. I did a whole lecture. I was very nice. What happened? Conservatives went over to their chat and started shitposting and ruined the entire thing, because once they start shitposting in a queer chat, that's it. We had actual questions that we wanted answered on that live stream. But the minute that conservative retards stop listening to the instructions that I'm giving them because they think they know better than me, but they don't, and they start shitposting, they achieve nothing. They end up getting themselves banned. And guess what? None of our questions got answered because they wouldn't take questions in the chat because people were shitposting. And I promise you, conservatives, you're not just pissing off me. You're not just pissing off me. One in the chat if you were on the last stream and you were pissed off at the behavior of conservatives. And by the way, conservatives can answer in the affirmative, because if you are a conservative and you're like, what the fuck, guys? Like, I understand that smart conservatives are probably pissed off with their own tribe as much as anyone else. But look at all the ones in the chat. You know, conservative retards think they're coming in to own me. Conservative retards think they're getting one over on me because they're trying to destroy my work for no good reason. You're not just pissing me off. You're pissing off every single person that watches me. You're pissing off every single person that supports my work. So conservative retards, and again, I'm being really specific here. I'm not saying all conservatives. I'm saying conservative retards. When you act like unhinged idiots, you fuck things up for everyone else. Like I see on Rumble, there's a lot of ones in the chat on Rumble. This is low IQ retard shit. This is literally low IQ retard shit. Do not bring this in here. You will not insult Adam Green. You will not insult Jake Shields. If you don't want to be here, then get the fuck out. You don't need to be here. We are trying to accomplish something on this channel. And the biggest challenge that I've had for the 4 years that I've been doing this are low IQ conservative retards who have been perpetually trying to destroy my work literally for years. The biggest, like, people have been saying in my comments over and over and over again, they're like, Karlyn, we need you to be safe. The left is going to come after you. Karlyn, we need you to be safe. The left is going to come after you. The left has never come after me the way the right has. The right has tried to destroy everything I'm doing. The right has harassed me almost every day of my life for years and years and years. The right has tried to get my business canceled. The right has doxed my friends and family. The right has driven by my house and taken pictures and posted them on the internet. The right has spread horrible, vicious lies about me and smear campaigns and very, very defamatory things that you can never unring that bell. The right has spread many lies about my husband. They've lied about my husband repeatedly on the internet. The right has planted every hit piece on me that's ever been written. And I know I'm going to have at least one conservative retard come into the comments or the replies and go, well, Karlyn, those are secret leftists. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're really not. I know exactly who many of them are. And so when I say the biggest challenge that we have to defeating the left, it's not actually the left. It's the right. It's the right. The right are the people who run cover for the left. The right are the people who try to destroy the people who are showing you the left. And by the way, it's not just me. I don't want to make it seem like I am the only person that this is happening to. This happens to every single person who does not adhere to the conservative narrative. Because to many conservative retards, the most important thing is to protect the narrative. And the most important thing is to protect the famous pundits and commentators anytime someone questions them. And just, oh, yeah, who just did the hit piece on me? It was the quartering. Yeah. Has any socialist done a hit piece? Well, I guess Salon did, but the Salon.com hit piece was hilarious. Do you guys notice the difference does everyone notice the difference between the Quarterings hit piece and Salon.com? Salon.com was fucking hilarious. Salon.com actually quoted me accurately. Salon.com put a list of my greatest hit tweets in an article and said, here you go, world. And I was like, fucking perfect. Yeah, fine. I said all those things. I believe all those things. Salon was actually being honest in their reporting about me, and they quoted me accurately. Who lied about me? Who lied about me because he didn't even bother to fact check the quartering? Who has been spreading rumors about my mental health for years? the quartering. Why has, and he's not the only one that's done that, but he's definitely one of them. Why has he done that? Why do they all do that? Because I don't follow. Oh, I'm crashing out. Oh, I'm crashing out. You just got banned. Bye. Why have they done that? Because I don't follow the narrative. And I will never, ever, ever do that. And they know they can't control me. And so they try to destroy me. And that is why the last stream happened like it did. Every single person that caused problems for that stream was on the right. They were not on the left. And so the biggest challenge that we have to face is the conservative right getting in the way and destroying our work and trying to fuck everything up. That is the biggest challenge that we have. And I am very sorry if that hurts people's feelings. And I'm very sorry if people on the right don't want to hear that. But that is the reality that I have dealt with for years now. And no, you don't know better than me. And no, they're not secret leftists. And no, they're never going to stop. They're never going to stop. This is not like I hear all the time from people. Oh, look. So you can sit there and bash others' beliefs. Yes, I can. You want to know why? Because it's my fucking channel. Goodbye. How many people have we banned so far in the chat? Is that like 5? Maybe we can. How many people do you guys think we're going to end up banning today because of this stream? Because conservative retards can't get their feelings in check. Don't tell me they want to defeat the left. They don't want to defeat the left. All they want is to placate their own fifis. So. Well, socialists should talk progressives all the time. But socialists don't try to actively destroy. Here's the difference. Socialists absolutely do shit talk progressives and liberals all the time. Socialists do not go out of their way to destroy the work of progressives and liberals, though. They just shit talk them and they do their own thing. Do you want to know why? Because because socialists have a vision for what they want for the country. They have very strongly held beliefs about how things should be done. They are constantly organizing. They're constantly being productive in the world. The reason that socialists do not attack progressives in the same way that conservatives attack me is that socialists actually believe in what they're doing, and they have very strongly held beliefs, and they are constantly organizing to try to implement their vision. So essentially, they have something else going on, and I'm just kind of like a little annoyance to them, and progressives are just like a little annoyance to them. They're like, oh, okay, progressives are stupid, whatever. But they don't actually go out of their way to destroy what progressives are doing, because mostly they don't actually care. The reason that conservatives go out of their way to destroy what I'm doing is they have no values. They have no strongly held beliefs. Conservatives have no beliefs that they would die for. Conservatives would rather sit home and watch television for the most part than actually like all these conservatives I see posturing about we're going to go to civil war and those Democrats arming themselves or Antifa arming themselves. Ooh, like I've had so many conservatives on my channel lately basically going like, let the left arm themselves. We'll see what happens. What's going to happen is conservatives are going to sit their ass at home and they're going to talk a big game online. And then when push comes to shove, they aren't going to do shit. And then the socialists are going to go take over the government. And conservatives the whole time are going to be like, let them try it. Let's see what happens. Well, what's going to happen is you're going to sit your ass at home and you're going to do nothing. Like, I know that. So because conservatives, for the most part, have no strongly held beliefs, and because they don't have a vision for the world, and because they're not organizing or building things to try to achieve that vision, they have a lot of time on their hands. And when people are not trying to create things, they end up being destroyers. They end up trying to fuck up everything else. And so there are not an insignificant amount of people on the right that look at what I'm doing, and I'm such a small fish. I am such a small fish in the overall pond that I don't even know why this happens to me. But there is a not insignificant amount of people on the right that look at what I'm doing and they go, oh shit, she's actually creating something. And then they feel bad because they're not doing shit. And then they try to destroy what I'm doing because they don't have their own thing. That's why this happens. And again, I'm not the only person this happens to. Yes, you will either be a creator or you will be a destroyer. If you don't create, if you don't build something in the world, then you're probably going to end up getting bitter and angry and trying to destroy the work of other people. And it's bullshit, and I won't have it. I will not have it. Anyway. We are gathered here today because we are going to be watching Adam Green on Jake Shields. And if you don't like the content, you don't have to be here. If you're super offended that I'm showing Adam Green on this channel, go watch something else. You don't have to be here. If you are super offended that I'm showing Jake Shields on the channel, go watch something else. You don't have to be here. No one forced you to click on the link. Everyone needs to exercise some personal responsibility. And if you see a stream on a topic that you don't want to watch on the internet, the solution is very, very simple. Don't click on the link. Okay? If you see a stream, if you see a person on the internet that you follow or that you don't follow, whichever, that is doing a stream about a topic that you're just pissed off about, the answer is not to go into the chat and act like an unhinged retard. The answer is to go watch something else. I don't think I'm asking too much. Do I have water? No, I don't. Shit. Gonna have to drink beer. So we're adults on this channel. And I don't want to see any unhinged meltdowns in the chat. If you don't like it, just leave, okay? Before we get into the stream, I want to remind people that I have a merchandise store. And that merchandise store is the Red Menace Supply Company. You can get there by going to redmenacesupply.com. And you can get all sorts of awesome merch in my store. And we've got a couple new designs in the store. We have the anti-Antifa design, which I think just looks cool. I'm very much a fan of this. And we have it in black. We also have it in gold. We have it in red. We have it in a light color just for Judy. And of course, we always have the black version because everything looks best on black, I think. We also have that in hoodies, tank tops, bags. I even got it in notebooks. We got some stickers there people can get. That is the anti-Antifa design. I also have this other design that I think looks awesome and amazing and very 80s. And I'm a very big fan of stuff like this. And it looks cool. And this is the Your Teachers Are Lying to You design. We also have this in purple. Look, that looks cool. We've got it in white because that looks awesome. We've even got it in hot pink. Look at that. I very rarely do a hot pink t-shirt, but damn, come on. That looks awesome. Both of these designs, all the merch with these designs, the two new designs, are 25% off until October 1st. So basically for the next less than a week or so. And so if you want to pick those up, all you need to do is add them to your cart in the Red Menace Supply Company, and they will automatically take 25% off. There's also a lot of other cool merch you can get in the store, like the limited edition coffee line in honor of the quartering being an asshole. You can also get the Red Menace Collective propaganda, the Gnostic sex cult propaganda. You can get the Bonfires Are Needed shirt. We've got some other cool stuff in there as well. And of course, all purchases in the merch store do support the work I'm doing. And I really, really, really appreciate it. All right, let's get into our video. Let's do it. We've got Average Person. Can I pitch in Bash Back the Anti-Fash? That's a good idea. I'm going to take a picture of that, Average Person. I'm going to do that. All right. So Jake Shields is a UFC fighter, and he's a really nice guy. Adam Green is a guy who believes that Jesus is a Jewish psyop, and he's also a really nice guy. I have met, well, I've actually never met Adam in person. I have met Jake Shields in person, but I've talked to Adam privately on many occasions. I do not believe that either of these men are hateful people. I know people have their opinions about Jake Shields. I know people have their opinions about Adam Green. I don't believe that either of these people are coming to this from a hateful perspective. I think that Adam, like in particular, I don't think Adam hates Christians as much as he is firmly committed to the idea that Jesus is a Jewish psyop, and he's done a ton of research on this, and he's gone into primary sources, and he's really thought about this. And I don't think he's coming to it with a I'm going to be a dick to Christians perspective. I think he's coming with it. I don't think he hates Christianity. I don't think he does. I think that he is trying to get a message out there, and I think that he has come to this from a very thoughtful perspective. And no, he is not Jewish. And if I see, and listen, I know you're asking the question, and that's fine. Adam Green is not Jewish. Adam Green was raised Christian, okay? So he's come to this from an intellectual position. Okay, I've now told you the answer, which is Adam Green is not Jewish. If you continue to say that in the chat, then you're gonna get booted, okay? He is not Jewish. That is a factual piece of information. I see you saying, okay, cool, awesome, awesome. I appreciate it. I've seen some toxic people on Twitter in those spaces. Adam is definitely not one of them. Yeah, that's true. And like, listen, guys, there are a lot of toxic people on the dissident right. Adam Green is absolutely not one of those people. Adam Green is one of the few people that I've had positive experiences with on the internet. Adam Green is one of the few people who has stood up for me with all the shit that's been done to me. Adam Green has always been nice to me. He's always been a good guy. I've always found him to be eminently reasonable. He will answer your questions. As long as you're respectful of him and you don't call him a Jew everywhere, he is super chill. He's a really nice guy. And I think that people should just listen to what he has to say and consider it. And if you don't agree with him, that's fine. If you're interested in more, you can go to his streams and learn more. But I want to see this conversation with Jake Shields, and we're just going to chill out and we're going to watch this. There's going to be no nonsense in the chat because I've already dealt with enough today. All right? I don't want to hear any more. I don't want any more. All right, let's get into it. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. If you're drinking something fun, let us know in the chat. Cheers. Let's see what Adam Green said to Jake Shields.
But I'm here with Adam Green, one of my more controversial guests, which is pretty hilarious because I've had head of the KKK, Nazis, 2 communists, black nationalists. But for whatever reason, you seem to get a rise out of, maybe it's my following, but it seems like a lot of people, very, very mixed, actually. You've had a ton of people.
Adam, I listen, I've had issues like this with my camera too, but I'm like, Adam, fix your camera.
Request you, and a ton of people not like you. We've been scheduled. We were supposed to do this like 9 months ago. We had a little argument, and I had a schedule conflict. I was going to Thailand. I think we canceled it like 3 times. But finally we got this going.
Mm-hmm. It's not in person. It would have been cool to take. Are you good?
I hear you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, there's a little issue.
It's cool to do this. Too bad we can't do it in it's not in person this time. Maybe next time.
Yeah, I think people have mentioned about you having a debate, but I didn't want to do a debate the first time. I think it's better to come in here and have a conversation, and then maybe down the road you can debate someone. I would rather just kind of hear your perspective, hear your story. I know you're most known for like the religious stuff, the Christ, the Bible. But before that, what originally got you into this? Because you were super anti-Israel for a long time, correct? Or you still are, but.
Well, I started No More News in 2014, and back then it was like I was watching InfoWars and learning about Zionist stuff. That's basically how it started. And then I had my channel banned 5 years ago in 2020, right before the election, which hopefully, I don't know if you saw the news today, but they're supposed to be giving a bunch of YouTube channels back. Oh, dude,
yeah, I hope Adam gets his YouTube channel back. All right, well, you can come over here after. Amalek is basically a simp for Adam Green, but we love him anyway. And so it'll be great when Amalek comes back in the chat, because if you guys have questions, Amalek knows as much about this as Adam Green. So maybe Amalek can do a little Q&A once he comes back on the chat if people have questions.
I'm praying hard for that to happen. I had
really
over
hope that's
100,000 subs, and it would be a game changer.
I
to
think
get that
Simp
back.
is better.
No, it's so ridiculous they took you guys away. I really hope you get it. That's why originally I wasn't going to put this on YouTube, but I'm like, you know what? I think we can put it on YouTube, because I've been in trouble there multiple times. I'm always pushing the boundaries, but like you seem like, compared to some of my other guests, I think you're good.
Yes, I'm definitely less controversial and keep it way more PG-13 than a lot of some other people online. I'm just going to talk about the Bible, the greatest story ever told, and read some verses.
Yeah,
enlighten you and your audience with some verses.
Yeah, it's very controversial. Before we jump into that, let's just talk real quick about something current event before we get into this, because this is probably going to take a while. Charlie Kirk, what's your thoughts? There's a lot going on there. The conspiracies of that, just the whole situation. Like, what's your thoughts on that? Obviously, it's tragic, or at least that's my position on it. I wasn't a huge Charlie Kirk supporter, but I still think it's tragic.
I think it's tragic too. I was not a fan of Charlie Kirk. He was basically the #1 spokesman, like conservative Christian for the youth in America that was pro-Israel. So he was the top Shabbos goy. He was the golden goy for Israel, and he was a huge gatekeeper. And he was always doing pro-Israel propaganda from the religious standpoint. And I'm like Nick Fuentes. I'm not convinced of the conspiracies that Israel was somehow in it. And I in fact, I think those theories are just going to be used for like more of a crackdown on anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on the internet. I think that's how that's going to play out.
Yeah,
And
probably true.
Clearly, like, it's all the talk is Christian revival right now. We had all the top politicians, many of which are huge Zionists, all promoting Christianity. Ben Shapiro is donating money and saying he wants people.
I mean, I think it's like one of those things where I think that like there's a lot, and I know people won't agree with me on this. There's a lot of things that I do appreciate about the dissident right wing. And listen, like, I mean, I hang around with people who are racist. Like, they're racist and they're proud to be racist. Now, I don't agree with them on everything. But like, I understand their perspective. And I also think that like what I appreciate about the dissident right wing is I don't think many people are coming to it from a hateful perspective, although they can come to become hateful. I think many of them come to it, and there are many people that I interact with on the dissident right that are not hateful. There are many people that I interact with on the dissident right that are absolutely racist, 100%, but they aren't hateful. If they have a black person in front of them and that black person isn't doing anything dumb or trying to hurt them, like, they're probably just going to be normal, and they're not going to like make a big deal out of it, and they're not going to like. I've just seen this over and over and over again. I mean, there are black people in the spaces I hang out with that are just cool, and they don't have any problem because they're just being like normal human beings, right? But the thing I do appreciate about the dissident right wing is the dissident right wing has actually been much more open to looking at my work than the conservative MAGA people. And I think part of the reason that the dissident right wing has been more open to looking at my work rather than like the conservative MAGA base is the reason that many people on the dissident right are racist, or they do have questions about the Jews, is because they dig deep into history. Many of them have not arrived at their conclusions because they are hateful people. They've arrived at their conclusions because they dig into history, and they're very like into like data and all this stuff, and they look and they actually read things. They like Amalek, when he comes back, Amalek is one of the most well-read people I have ever met. That guy is a genius. And don't tell him I said this. We don't want to inflate his ego. I just know he's off watching Adam's show right now. So don't tell Amalek I said this. Oh, fuck you. You're still here. fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. Cover your ears, okay? This guy is a fucking genius. I am extremely hard to impress. I cannot get over how well read he is, and I cannot get over his recall of this information, okay? So I find that with a lot of people I interact with on the distant right. I would say the same thing of Adam. Adam has a crazy recall of the most random things about the Bible that you've ever heard, because he's dug really deep into the subject matter. And I think the reason that many people on the dissident right are more open to my work than the average like conservative or MAGA person is because they're actually interested in like digging deep into things, and they appreciate that I've done deep dives into things instead of just doing surface level bullshit, okay? And so I also appreciate the creativity of the dissident right. I think they're much more creative than the conservative MAGA base. I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad, but this is just my experience. Anyway, I'm just saying that I think that my experience with the dissident right is that certainly there are absolutely toxic people on the dissident right, but not everyone. And I don't think Adam is toxic, and I don't think Jake Shields is toxic. And I think oftentimes people come to these positions just because they read a lot of books and they're autistic and all this stuff. They're definitely autistic, and it gets them down these rabbit holes of information where they just become obsessed with this stuff. And once you start seeing it, yeah, this is true. Once you start seeing it, you can't unsee it. It's true. You're not toxic. Shut the fuck up. He is like the least toxic person that I've ever met on the dissident right. He doesn't even hate women.
To go to church. Huge push. Trump is tweeting out from the White House official Twitter that we need God, we need religion, we need to bring back Christianity more than ever. It's basically like their number one propaganda tool to create.
Well, you were a dick in the replies, Amalek, okay? I had you blocked because you were a dick. You broke the rule, you were being an asshole, and you know you're a fucking asshole, and don't even tell me otherwise, Amalek. You take pride in being an asshole. Who got big tech all riled up over the apology form? Do you want me to remind you of when you took the apology form and went and started posting it in big tech's chat to piss everyone off? Okay, that was you. And when I asked you about it, you were like, I'm an asshole and I like being an asshole. So whatever, bro. Whatever. You came in the channel, you asked me to unblock you while Adam was on my stream. I unblocked you. It's been good ever since. Why do you have to ruin it? I just said really nice things about you. I was just like, Amalek is a genius and Amalek is so smart and Amalek is the best. And you're like, yeah, well, you had me blocked.
Noahides or supporters of Israel. And that's why they're pushing it so hard. Because the ultimate goal of Judaism is to get, in the end times, all the world worshiping the God of Israel. The ultimate goal.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was very pro-Israel. He pushed all these Israel talking points. I mean, there's people saying he was starting to turn on them a little bit, but I'm skeptical of the conspiracies. I also do think we should carefully examine all the information. So I'm in the middle. I'm not jumping saying like Israel did this. I think most likely they probably didn't, but they've done so much bad to our country. 100% think every angle should be investigated. But yeah, no, I think things have gone a little far. I think most likely, even though they are known to come from tunnels, I doubt they came out of a tunnel and shot them.
Yeah. I doubt they really took him out with a shoulder palm gun or some of these theories that we're hearing.
We all need to take up a collection to buy Adam a new router, obviously.
And we could see from the leftist reaction that a lot of them celebrate what happened to him, and they see it as a good thing, and they're happy about it. So it's not surprising that they would do something like that. But I think they're going to capitalize it. He's definitely been made into a Christian Zionist martyr. They're definitely going to use him to push more Judeo-Christianity, and also they're going to crack down.
I think you're right.
Right, yeah, with the speech laws. Now they're fusing anti-Semitism with anti-Christianity. And Trump's talked about, even before he got elected, he was going to have a anti-Christian task force. And this is going to be anti-Zionist Christian task force.
Bro.
And they're going to crack
that's
down
actually
now
scary.
on...
I find this scary because this might actually could get support of more
Okay. I
people
need
that
to pee.
wouldn't
I'll be right
support the
back.
anti-Semitism laws. So that's a scary point mentioning that, because it could drag in all these people that are, they don't like Israel, but they'll still support it for anti-Christians. So that does get scary. And like you said, it would be the Christian Zionism, I'm sure.
What happens is, like, the majority of Christians, which are pro-Israel and anti-racist and everything, they're going to use the Christians on the internet to justify. That's going to mobilize them to be the defenders, because they're like, you're being anti-Jewish in the name of Jesus. So they rise up to try to squash that.
Yeah, no, I think the Christian Zionism is a massive problem. I think our views differ a little bit. I think you think like all Christianity is a massive problem. We'll get into that in just a second. To me, I view, Christian Zionism is a huge problem. That is how they're able to control, Israel is able to manipulate and control our government. So real quick, like how long, all along, have you thought it was a religious angle, or is that more than the last few years you've turned that direction?
So once you start learning about conspiracies and Zionism, it's clear, it becomes obvious all of our Zionist politicians and pro-Israel Christian politicians in America.
So again, Adam's essential idea, for people who don't know, is that Jesus is a myth that was created by a very specific group and sect of Jews a long time ago in order to control all non-Jewish people and to get them to worship a Jewish God where they adhere to like Jewish law, because that would be beneficial for some people. Okay? That's the basic premise of what we're talking about.
So once you start learning about conspiracies and Zionism, it's clear, it becomes obvious all of our Zionist politicians and pro-Israel Christian politicians in America believing Israel are God's chosen people and praying to their wall, and that they live in the Holy Land and our Judeo-Christian values and all of that. And then, so the focus was always that, like rabbis and their Moshiach, their Messiah, they want to rule the world, and the third temple and end times wars and all that stuff. But it's really all a myth. Like, that's the thing. This is the greatest, not just that Christianity is a psyop, Judaism and the Old Testament is a psyop. It's a fake history. It's ancient myths where they're the chosen people and they're meant to have a Messiah that comes and rules all of the nations. Like, at the basic level, that's what Judaism is. And Christianity is just an extension of that lie. So if you really want to be in opposition to the JQ or Israel or Zionism or Jews or whatever you want to call it, you can't worship their God, the God of Israel. You can't believe that they were ever chosen. Like, I say they were never chosen. That's made up. But every Christian in the world believes at least that they were once chosen, and they want to have that covenant.
I had a Christian in my audience the other day. I had a Christian tell me on Twitter. So people in my audience are generally, well, okay, I would say like there's certainly a subset of people that are surprised when they find out I don't support Israel, like at all, in any way. I think Israel is evil. I do not believe it's anti-Semitic for me to say that. Israel is a secular fucking government. I should be allowed to criticize the government of any country on earth. And I believe that Israel is evil. And I believe what they're doing in Palestine is evil. And it's not because I like Muslims and it's not because I like Islam. It's because they are murdering and starving people for no good reason. And so people in my community are sometimes surprised when they learn that, like, I really do not support Israel at all in any way. Where the fuck was I going with this? Where was I going with this? I had something I wanted to say and then it flew out of my head. Where the fuck was I going with this? Oh, so I had one of my supporters the other day on Twitter say, Karlyn, you don't support Israel? And I said, nope. And she replied to me, I'm not high, I swear to God, it just flew out of my head for a second. When I said to her, I don't support Israel, she said, oh, I support Israel because that's what the Bible commands me to do. And that's the point, guys. That is the point. The point that Adam's trying to make is that Christianity is a Jewish psyop to get Christians, supposedly non-Jewish people, to support Israel, which is a secular fucking government that is not the United States, over America, or maybe America didn't exist at the time, but this is the ramifications of it. It's getting a massive amount of Christians to support a foreign government because the Bible commands them to, or that is what they are hearing from their preachers. And I know this because this was literally just said to me the other day. And there are so many preachers that I've seen videos of where they are telling their congregations that they have an obligation to support Judaism and an obligation to support Israel because the Bible, quote unquote, tells them to. I don't even know. I don't even understand why Judeo-Christianity is a thing. What the fuck goes together about Jewish and Christian? These are two supposedly different belief systems. And maybe like people can agree, I think like Jesus was a Jew and all that. Although even, and Amalek will attest to this, there are even a lot of Christians that will flat out tell you Jesus wasn't Jewish, which is absurd. It's an absurd idea. So I absolutely know that there are churches that tell their congregation, you must support Israel because the Bible tells you so, because I am literally told this by members of my audience. Okay? Yeah, they're called retards. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, if it's a myth that was created by a sect of Jews to theologically conquer the world, if that was the whole goal of the Messiah, was to have dominion over the nations, and nations means goyim, so dominion over the Gentiles, over the world through the Messiah is the ultimate goal. And then I don't know if you've seen the compilations, but I got them up on my Twitter and on my Odyssey and Rumble. Endless compilations of clips of rabbis celebrating and laughing and boasting about how Jesus Judaized the world, and it got all of the world to abandon their pagan gods and then worship the God of Israel and believe in prophecies about a Messiah. So on that level, it is all within the Judeo paradigm. The simplest way to boil it down is the litmus test. Do you believe in the prophecies of the Torah or not? Because if you believe the prophecies are real, you're affirming God's chosen people and they can predict the future with magical prophecy powers. And I'm not willing to do that. I say they were never chosen. Their God is fake. Their land is not holy. And I don't want the whole world to bow down to their Messiah one day, which is what Christians ultimately do. They want the whole world, every knee will bow to Jesus, who is the Jewish Messiah.
What do you think of like if the Christianity sect, if they just took the Judaism out of it, made some slight changes, tweaked it a little bit? Because some people, they're not gonna abandon Christianity. You know, even if let's say what you're saying is true. I'm not saying I agree with you, but I mean, let's say it is all true. People aren't going to switch over. Wouldn't it be?
I mean, the fact is that, listen, I've been listening to these Christian question spaces on Twitter for months, and Amalek is one of the people that does the CQ Twitter spaces. I have heard story after story after story of Christians coming into those Twitter spaces and listening to what people like Adam and people like Amalek have to say and completely abandoning Christianity. Like very quickly too, because they listen to the arguments that they're making. They also, a fascinating thing about the CQ spaces on Twitter is that like Christians will come in to like defend their position and defend their God. And they don't even understand the Bible. They don't even understand what they're talking about. And by the way, and I really don't mean any offense by this, but I'm like just speaking factually, like half the time when a Christian is coming into those spaces on Twitter to defend Christianity to these guys, they're drunk. They're literally coming back from the bar. There's so many drunk Christians in those spaces just being completely belligerent. And I have to ask, why is that? Like, I don't understand. I know I'm drinking beer on the stream right now, but like, I don't need to go out to a bar to get drunk to talk about my belief system. And it's just like if you go to a CQ radio space on Friday or Saturday night, you will hear drunk Christian after drunk Christian after drunk Christian defending their God, but they come across as insane. And by the way, most of them don't even read the Bible and they don't even know what's in it. And so what happens is the CQ guys, because like people like Amalek and people like Adam, because they study all this stuff deeply, they tend to understand what's in the Bible at a much, much greater depth. Gnostic Informant is another good one too. They tend to understand what is in the Bible at a much greater depth than like most Christians do. And so these guys end up running circles around them. And it's like you hear this happen over and over and over and over and over again. And you're like, holy shit. Christians don't even know their own books. They don't, like, the ones that will come into that space to defend Christianity, they literally don't even know their own books. And most of the time, they're drunk. And it's just like, bro, what is that?
More productive to try to push them from the angle of like, hey, let's just cut the Judaism out of this and make some slight changes.
Can't, though. They're inextricably linked, because the whole beginning of the Bible is the Old Testament, and that is the Judaism. Like, you can't have the Jewish Messiah without Judaism. It even says in John, salvation is of the Jews, and he's fulfillment of the Jewish prophecies. So, like, you see this a lot online. People will say, like, Christianity is not Judeo. There's no such thing as Judeo prophecy, but it is a sect of Judaism that all the first followers were Jewish. The whole concept of following a Messiah was a Jewish concept. It's worshiping the Davidic Messiah. King David was the king of Judah. They're all Judeans. Jesus is called a Judean. The same word in Greek for who rejected him is what they called him when he was born. They said, "Where's he who was born King of the Jews?" In the beginning of Matthew. So you really can't separate the Judeo from the Christianity. Christianity is a sect of messianic. It believes in a Messiah. Apocalyptic. It believes in prophecies of the end time. Judaism for the Gentiles. That it's like a form of Noahide laws, that they worship the God of Israel and bow to the Messiah, but they're not converting to Judaism in the full sense that they're following all of their commandments and keeping kosher and circumcising and keeping the Sabbath and all those things. So it's like Judaism light, or neo-Judaism for the rest of the world.
I don't know enough about the Bible. I haven't read it, so unfortunately I can't really debate and push back. We'll have to do that sometime. But do you think that possibly maybe it's a little unrealistic, because people, they're not going to just stop being Christians? So you don't think there's any other take that could? Do you believe?
Or are they going to stop being Christian Zionists? And also, that's not really true. If you look at the statistics, the demographics, the younger generations believe in Christianity less and less already on their own. After World War II, there was a huge collapse and decrease in church attendance and Christianity in Europe. And it's exploding in third world nations like Africa and South America and even in China. But so, I mean, I think in the modern world, people just less and less are going to be believing in ancient myths and superstitions.
I feel like people almost like need a God in religion, though, too. They don't have it. You get like communism, and it's like people need something to believe in. And if they don't believe in God, it gets replaced by something else. I think that's part of like this leftist like training.
Come on. I think this is such bullshit, though. It's like and you hear people say this all the time in the CQ spaces where they're like, well, what's your replacement for Christianity? What's your replacement for Christianity? Why does there need to be a replacement? Like, why can't people, like, for, one of the things I've thought about quite a bit, let me pull it up on the screen. Hang on. Can I show you guys what I just got? This is so stupid, but let me show you guys what I'm like holding and handling, because it's like, it's important to me. Whatever. This is my dog. I literally just got this today. This is my dog. My dog died in April. That's my dog. So that's what I'm holding. If you guys actually, let me show you. So that's what my dog looked like. Oh, you guys can't see. No, I didn't get her stuffed. It's a clone. But I think it's a pretty good one. So that's what I'm holding. Because I'm coping. Okay. But what was I gonna say? What the fuck was I even saying? Oh, I understand what I was saying. Okay, that's what we're putting the dog down. Hang on. Religion tree. Where is it? So a while ago, Jennifer and I were doing a show where we were talking about religion. And so we watched an episode about this religion tree. I don't know how many people are familiar with this, but this is basically like an effort to map the evolution of all the world's religions. And listen, man, they've taken years to like really piece this together. And it's actually a really fascinating document. And it's fascinating to hear the guy talk about it, because look at this. This is an entire map of all of the evolution of all the different world religions. And if you look at it here, where is the Jewish? Where is right here? Right here, this teeny tiny little segment in the yellow. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. This teeny tiny little segment. Judeo-Christianity. This teeny tiny little segment. Out of all of these beliefs, all over the world. Now listen, if you're Jewish, if you're personally Jewish, I don't care. If you are personally Christian, I don't care. But don't tell me that in order to question Christianity, that we need to replace it with something else. Because look at all of the different belief systems that have existed throughout history. Look at all the different perspectives that people have. I don't think that in order to say, I don't believe this is real, but I can't give this up unless I replace it with something else. Do you know what happens when you're not a Christian, guys? And maybe people who have been Christians all their life won't understand this. When you're not a Christian, you go on a spiritual journey and you read different materials and you think about different things. I've never been a Christian in my life, so I understand how this works. You read a lot of different ideas and maybe you gravitate to one that you feel is the most correct, or maybe you dabble in a whole bunch of stuff. But I think saying that in order to get rid of Christianity, or in order to have people question whether or not Christianity is a Jewish psyop, we need to replace it with something else. No, we fucking don't, actually. No, we don't. And I think it's one of the most disingenuous arguments that's made, because there are how many different belief systems that have existed all throughout world history. And by the way, Christianity and Judaism is an extremely small part of the overall picture. Extremely small part. Yeah, I know. I'm sad about my dog. But you know what? Listen. I know everyone got distracted by the dog. This is pretty fucking cool, though. This is pretty cool. Because all I wanted was to hold my dog again. So now I can. God damn, I'm going to cry. Oh no, this is why I have sunglasses on. All I wanted was to hold my dog again, and now I can. Anyway.
Any culture, it almost comes like religion to them. The Trump people are almost like religion. So they have to be a little careful eradicating religion.
That's true. That's true. You can't just take it away and then give people absolutely nothing. I agree with that. And I'm not saying that there's no God. I'm not a militant atheist that says, I know for a fact there's no God. I think believing in a higher power can have benefits. But if we're going to believe that higher power is who the Jews say is God, and that he chose them, and that we want to be grafted into their covenant, and then they're the nation of priests and the chosen people and the spokesmen for God, I'm not buying that. That's just people trying to control you, telling you with the authority of God backing them. And what do they always say? If you oppose them, you oppose God, and God is on their side, and they're going to win. So
yeah, see, I don't fully agree with you, but I do see parts of what you're saying is true, because I do see how these religious guys take it and they push. I don't know if they believe it or if they're repeating it, like these politicians, the Huckabees, all these guys.
Damn, I'm actually crying.
I do see them use religion. So I definitely, part of what you're saying is true. I'm not going to deny that. They take it and they use it, and then they say, God says this, blessed Israel, God's chosen people. So I 100% agree with that being a message.
I would bet you all the money in my bank account that Adam Green understands the Bible better than you do, bro. Seriously.
That's a problem. I'm just not sure the realistic of fully, you know, trying to get rid of Christianity, if that's going to be helpful either.
So should we not try to oppose Christianity though? Because look at how much they're using Christianity for support of Israel. There's a reason that Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro and Dennis Prager and all the big Zionist networks all promote Christianity all the time. Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire and Newsmax and Fox News, and every single one that we would consider like slaves to Zion and sold out and took the shekels.
Yeah, you think they don't understand the Bible? Why don't you try debating Amalek in the chat right now when you see how that goes for you? Because Amalek has an insane level of recall with like anything that he reads. So you go ahead. If you think these guys, Amalek knows as much as Adam does about this stuff. So if you want to debate Amalek in the chat right now, go ahead and do it. And you find out how that goes for you. But what Adam is saying right now is like, Adam is saying that look at all of these Jewish leaders that are constantly telling people to be Christian over and over and over and over and over again. I agree with Adam on this. It's weird. Judaism is not Christianity. Christianity is not Judaism, allegedly. So why are they telling everyone to be Christian? Why are Jews so quick to say to support Christianity? Like, it makes actually no sense unless you understand that there's a bigger picture to all of this and that maybe they're trying to control you.
Got the call. Every one of them promotes Christianity. So if all the biggest pro-Israel influencers are promoting Christianity, and then also all of the anti-Zionist influencers are also promoting Christianity as the solution, it's just like full spectrum dominance. Like, when we're not going to get anywhere, we're not going to defeat the Jews by worshiping their God and wanting everybody to bow down to their Messiah. And if our big issue is that they rejected their Messiah, they rejected Jesus, it's like, who cares? That Messiah was meant to conquer us to begin with. Why just because somebody doesn't believe in a Messiah, we all want to worship them? It's like a reverse psychology trick to get the whole world to bow down to their Messiah, which originally was the whole goal. And I could show you the verses for that.
Sure, pull them up if you want.
Mm-hmm.
But I have seen a couple anti-Zionist like preachers and stuff. So like, what's your thoughts on that? Are you against that, or you think that's a positive thing in the right direction? Or are you opposed to that too?
I think they're doing more harm than good, because their opposition is highlighted by Jews as blood libels and as discredited. Like, you're blaming them for killing God, and it just doesn't work. You go ask, you've seen, I go out on the street and do interviews with regular Christians, and they'll say, I go, are you mad that Jesus was crucified? And they go, no, it's God's plan. It had to happen. The prophecies had to be fulfilled. Jesus laid down his own life. He did it for all of our sins. Like, Christianity wouldn't exist, and you wouldn't have to be washed in the blood and have the sacrificial atonement of Jesus if he wasn't rejected. And it says clearly in Acts, it was God's preordained plan. So that's not going to work. It's not going to cut it. The Vatican's not going to switch their theology, and the Christian Zionist institutions aren't going to switch their theology and start hating Jews because they killed God. That's not going to happen. It's just used as the boogeyman and the villain so they could have their persecution victimhood status and to discredit the opposition. That's how it plays out. That's how it's been playing out.
Yeah, it seems like they're playing. If they play both sides, it seems like I'm a lot newer to this than you, but I'm noticing they're playing both sides. And I'm not saying
even their opposition, exactly, Jake. Even the opposition to Judaism still says, it still affirms that they were chosen and that their God is real. It's just fighting over. It's like two Jewish sects fighting over who the Messiah is.
Can we just talk for a second about, like, listen, I can understand a religion saying, we're God's chosen people. Okay, that makes sense, right? It makes sense for a religion to say, we are God's chosen. We are God's blessed people. What doesn't make sense to me is for that religion to try to force upon the rest of the world who does not practice their religion the idea that they are God's chosen people. I don't mean any offense by this, but why am I obligated to believe that the Jews are God's chosen people. I'm not Jewish. I've never been Jewish. I've never been to Israel. I don't support Israel. I'm not a Christian. Like, I've never been a Christian. Why am I obligated to believe that the Jews are God's chosen people? I don't understand that.
It is insane calling people God's
like
chosen
Jewish
people and stuff.
infighting.
Again, I'm personally, I'm not anti-Christian by any means. So I mean,
Yeah.
probably half my base is Christian, but
Yeah, exactly. Why would God have favorites? God created everyone. We are all from, and this is what I believe. We are all from God. We're all from source. We're all from the one true energy. We are all the same. I'm you, you're me. You are not better than me. You are not more worthy than me. You are not more loved than me. We are the same. I'm you, you're me. So why do I have to put you on a pedestal for being born to a particular tribe? That makes no sense at all.
do you think you have very
Are you
real
anti-Moshiach?
critiques?
Like
What's
in
that?
Judaism, when the rabbis say Noah.
Well, Adam has exactly the same Adam has exactly the same criticisms of Islam as he has of Christianity, because Islam was also created to advance Jewish ideas to control a population. So all the Abrahamic religions, this is a fundamental argument against all of the Abrahamic religions, whether that be Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. All of them follow the same rule.
Laws and Moshiach's going to come and all the
Yes.
Gentiles will bow. Are you anti that
Yes.
Moshiach? Well, then why not anti-Jesus? Because it's the same thing. A group of Jews that want the whole world to bow to their Messiah.
Well, Jesus wasn't preaching that. It is insane that these people, they believe he's coming back. They're trying to build the third temple. I think it's insane. There's like these Christian people that truly believe it, and it's insanity. But Jesus wasn't preaching bad stuff.
He taught that he's going to make the nations his footstool, and that he will rule over the Gentiles. Here, let me show you that verse.
Okay, I not know this one.
It actually does say. Well, that's a verse from Paul, actually.
There are all sorts of crazy
If I can
verses
find it
in the
here in a
Bible.
second.
All sorts
yeah,
of crazy stuff.
When I get into these verses with you, you'll see every single time, and the main reason also that I'm against it is because it's a myth. They wrote a story fulfilling Old Testament prophecies. The first Christians.
Okay, so I want to break this down. One of the things that I think Adam is not always good at, and I hope he takes this as constructive criticism if he ever hears it. One of the things that I think Adam is not good at is going back and just breaking down his ideas in a really kind of pedantic way to new people. Because, like, when you're a new person and you're getting introduced to these ideas, and I have to do this all the time with socialism, so I totally understand how annoying it is. You have to, like, break them down into really little bite-sized chunks that most people can understand. Okay? So let me just go back, and I need to listen to Adam's intro to this. I'm going to explain something.
He will rule over the Gentiles. Here, let me show you that verse.
Nope.
Okay, I not know this one.
It actually does say. Well, that's a verse from Paul, actually. If I can find it here in a second. But yeah, when I get into these verses with you, you'll see every single time, and the main reason also that I'm against it is because it's a myth. They wrote a story fulfilling Old Testament prophecies. The first Christian.
Okay. So what Adam believes is we already had the Old Testament, right? The Old Testament had a bunch of prophecies. What Adam believes is a specific group of Jewish people, not all Jews, and Amalek will be able to tell you which ones, a specific group of Jewish people got together and they created a myth that fulfilled all the prophecies of the Old Testament. So it's what Adam is saying is all of the prophecies that Jesus was supposed to fulfill, that wasn't based on actual reality. That was based on the people who were writing the myth of Jesus, where they said, the Old Testament says all these things, so we need to make sure that this story that we're writing, because it's a story, fulfilled all these prophecies, because it's just a little bit too convenient that Jesus happened to fulfill every single prophecy that was written in the Old Testament. Oh, do we have a retard in the chat? Hang on. Where's the retard? Where's the retard? Where's the retard? Over opinionated, undereducated. Hey, Grace, are you able to speak in complete sentences? Y'all can say whatever you want, but you don't even know basic blah, 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 blah. Hey, Grace, why don't you have a little conversation with Amalek in the chat? Because I will bet all the money in my bank account that Amalek knows more than you about your Bible. So if you're going to be talking in my chat, Grace, have a conversation with Amalek. And if you don't do that, I'm just going to ban you for being fucking annoying. How about... Oh, I'm so sorry, Grace. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God. We have to ban you. You may a lie debate. I have... Grace is banned. Goodbye. Sorry, Grace. You're too annoying. I just can't. I can't have an uppity, bitchy, stupid woman in my chat just ranting and raving about all sorts of things. Everyone say goodbye to Grace. No one wants you here, Grace. Go away. Bye. Bye. Go away.
Didn't even believe in an earthly Jesus. They believed that he was a cosmic, heavenly figure that was revealed, like a God's hidden secret mystery.
You can
hidden
still see it. You can still type it.
And all the first layers of the New Testament don't describe biographical details of our earthly preacher. It's solely a cosmic figure that they saw according to the scriptures. And I've done videos where I get into all of Paul, and I'm writing a book on this as well. Yeah. Paul, Peter, James, Hebrews, First Clement, no biographical Jesus. It's all heavenly from the scriptures.
So do you believe Jesus was even a person, or do you believe it wasn't even a person?
No. Complete myth. Complete
so
mythology.
I disagree with Adam on this just slightly, but I don't disagree with him. I don't disagree in that I do not believe the Bible is the accurate story of the historical Jesus. I do believe, and Amalek's going to be pissed at me for saying this, I still do believe that Jesus is a historical figure. I just don't believe the Jesus of the Christian Bible is the correct interpretation of what happened. And so I've kind of let this point go. I'm not going to continue to argue with Adam and Amalek on this. I argued with them enough on this. I'm like, I don't believe the Jesus of the Christian Bible was real. Even if I believe there was a historical person, it's kind of like, it doesn't make a difference in terms of the argument. So I'm kind of just letting it go. But I do disagree with Adam on this.
Invented with the purpose and the intent of having all of the nations believe in this God, believe in this Messiah.
Yeah, I know most historians think he existed, but again, this is not like my area of expertise.
Most of those, it's true, but they're mostly Christian theologians that have been saying that, and they maintain this consensus by just arguing for the consensus. I have a big chapter about this in my book about the consensus, and Bart Ehrman, who's the most famous Jesus historicist. I've read his book many times. I've read several other Jesus mythicist books and seen their arguments propped up against each other, and Ehrman loses like every single time when you actually dig into it.
Okay, like I said, and unfortunately, I'll be back for debate in person. We'll bring someone, but it's not my area of expertise.
Sure. Yeah, no, I've done lots of debates on this also, but
yeah, we should do that in person. That'll be a fun. Like, I was just trying to hear your basic theory and stuff today. Like I said, I know it's not popular with my fans, but I need to stay open-minded, so I'm willing to listen. And I am super anti-Christian Zionist. That's a major problem. So it is something that needs to be taken on.
I think that I think that Adam will get Jake to convert eventually. I really do. If Adam just like keeps being chill about it. Like again, I don't think Jake Shields is like an unreasonable person. I also don't think that Jake Shields is like a hateful person. I think he's just like this guy that he was a fighter and probably got hit in the head too many times and all this stuff. And he's just like doing his thing. And I think it's like, I mean, honestly, Adam might disagree with me. Amalek might disagree with me, whatever. But like, I think that Jake Shields is someone that could be convinced, because I don't think he actually feels strongly about this topic. I think that like there could be, if Adam just like keeps his cool and just keeps presenting information, I think that Jake eventually will look at it. It's like we've seen this in the CQ spaces over and over and over and over and over again, right? Oh, I'm a spiritual baby? No, bro. You're the spiritual baby. And now you're banned. Goodbye. See, how many Christians have I banned so far today? Probably like a dozen.
So
Okay, well, here's a question. If you're, in my view, all Christians are Zionist because all Christians worship the God of Zion. In the Old Testament,
real.
it makes it very clear that God, the God of Israel, Yahweh, he dwells in Zion. He calls Zion his holy mountain. He says the law will come forth from Zion. So if you're worshiping the God of Zion, in my view, you believe in Zionism, even not that you believe in the modern day state of Israel, but you still believe in the concept of the God of Zion. So in that degree, I consider them all Zionists.
you can make an argument that Israel today versus the Bible aren't even remotely related. I think there's definitely a good argument for that. But these people
they are related in the sense that they're following the Bible. Like they've had prophecies for 2,000 years of returning to the Holy Land and rebuilding their temple and having their Messiah and fulfilling their prophecies. So, but like you say, it's not the same or it's not real. It was never real. It's only what people think it is and how they act on it in the real world. But let me show you one of those verses I was mentioning earlier. I'll just do a real quick share screen. So this is Paul in Romans. He says, and Isaiah said, the root of Jesse, that's the Messiah, one who will arise to rule over the nations. In him the Gentiles will hope. And that's NIV. In King James, it says, he shall rise to reign over the Gentiles. So even in the New Testament, like it makes it clear as day right there. It's not open to interpretation. The Messiah is meant to rule over the Goyim. That's what it says.
Yeah.
And
Adam's camera is preventing us from seeing him looking like a handsome Viking. And it's very sad and it's very awful. But hopefully Adam's camera will fix itself eventually.
Look, Romans 15, he says, this is Paul, who's the Apostle Paul, wrote like most of the books of the New Testament. He's citing Isaiah, and that's from Isaiah 42, which says, the servant, that's the Messiah, he will bring justice to the nations. The islands or the world will put their hope, like the Christians put their hope in the Messiah. And he's also citing Isaiah 49. I will make you a light for the Gentiles. My salvation may reach to the ends of the earth. And here's what it says. Kings will see you and stand up. Princes will see you and bow down. And then the worst part, Isaiah 49, this was interpreted about Jesus. This is the point of Jesus. He will lift his banner to the nations. So the nations, the Goyim, will believe in him. Kings will foster your fathers. They will bow down before you with their faces to the ground. They will lick the dust at your feet. Then you will know that I am the Lord. Those who hope in me will not be disappointed. So that's verse after verse. When you see what Jesus fulfilled, it's about conquering all of the world and having all of the world bow down to their Messiah.
I really need to read the Bible.
Again, I'm not disputing the fact that I do not believe the Christian version of Jesus was the real version. What I'm saying is I do think there was a historical Jesus. I don't think that this was I think that the myth was built around a historical person, essentially, because I think that it's easier to build a myth around a person that actually existed than it is to build a myth from scratch. And so I'm not saying that the person that existed as the historical Jesus was a literal Bible interpretation of the historical Jesus. I'm also not saying that the person that was the historical Jesus did all of this stuff. I think that all of that is created. I'm just saying that I think there was a nugget of truth where there was like a person that was doing what was perceived as miraculous things that they then built up this myth around. That's what I'm saying. And you can disagree. And that's fine. No, I don't fucking believe in the resurrection. People can't come back from the dead. Not even from a spiritual perspective do I believe in the resurrection. I believe that we choose. I believe from a spiritual perspective, we choose when we die. And I believe that once we die, we go to the spirit realm, we have a life review, and we are instantly granted knowledge, all the knowledge of the universe, essentially. And so, no, I don't believe in the resurrection. I don't believe people come back from the dead. I do not believe that at all. Why would you want to? Once you die, you go to a place, once you die, you go to a place where you can manifest anything you want like that, where you have the perspective of all of the higher beings of the world, where you get to look at your life and say, holy shit, this was an experience that shaped who I am as a spiritual being. Why would you come back as yourself? Why would you do that? Like, you can come back as anyone. You can, I do believe in reincarnation. You can come back as anyone. And you're choosing to come back as yourself and be resurrected in a dead body? That makes no sense. It makes no sense, just the same way as Mary being a virgin having a sense. Virgins can't have kids.
Bible and the Quran. I think those are two books I should read. Are you anti-Islam too?
Yeah. Islam's another, it's Judaism 3.0. Christianity is Judaism 2.0.
See?
Islam is Judaism 3.0. Jesus is a central figure. He's a prophet. They believe that he's going to return to defeat the Antichrist in the end times. Very similar to Christianity. And
yeah,
top rabbis like Maimonides include both Christianity and Islam. They say they brought positive thing to the world, bringing the world away from paganism to the God.
I mean, what I believe is, like, I believe that we are spiritual beings having a human experience. I believe the purpose of life is experience. Some of the experiences that we have are good, and some of the experiences we have are bad. Because you can't, like, there's no such thing as a perfect life with no trauma or nothing bad happening. Every single person, if you live a human life, will experience trauma at some point. So there's no such thing as, like, just a miraculous life with no pain, with no heartache, with no any of those things. But all of those experiences are valuable to us, right? All of that experience is valuable to us. All of that experience shapes who we are. Like, what I can't answer is, why does the spirit need growth to know? Because, okay, so what I believe is, okay, this is going to get a little esoteric, but we're probably going to have esoteric conversations in the stream. What I believe is that when we are in the spirit realm, we have access to all information. We have access to the collective consciousness. We are not encumbered in the same way as we are when we're human beings. But when we get born into a human body, which we make the choice when we're going to get born, we make the choice of who our parents are. We make all these choices. This is not something that we're just like a passenger on. We make all these choices. When we choose to get born into a human body, we forget that we're spiritual beings. And the forgetting is part of the experience, because we go through this life and we have certain experiences, and some people are going to start to remember at some point that they're spiritual beings, and some people aren't. But either way, it's fine, because everyone is on their own journey. Everyone is going to have their own spiritual experience or not. Everyone is going to learn the lessons that they came here to learn, because you decided those lessons before you were ever born. And in some respects, it's kind of like it is the moments where the moments of the most spiritual growth that we have are the moments that have caused us immense pain and immense hurt and immense trauma. That's when we have the most personal growth. That's when people have the most spiritual growth. And so why does spirit need growth, like need growth to, like, know itself? Because that's the purpose of this. The purpose of this is to come here and forget that we are spiritual beings, forget that we have this innate connection to God. Forget that we are eternally loved. There is nothing that we can do that will make God hate us. There is nothing that we can do to make God reject us. We are loved unconditionally, okay? And the way that we figure that out is to come here and have kind of like a forced amnesia, where we forget that how connected we are to everyone and everything, and how connected we are to God. And we go through a journey of life that is going to test us and is going to challenge us and is going to make us hurt and have pain. And in those experiences, we will come to discover the spiritual nature of our being. That's what I believe. I believe that life is about experience. The good experiences and the bad experiences. And that when we die, and Adam doesn't believe the same things I believe, but I'm explaining. When we die, we take all of these experiences with us and we learn for the next time. Because the reason that we exist is that we are all little pieces of God God has separated itself into billions and billions and billions of people. There was a time in the beginning, there was a massive energy, and that massive energy was God, source, the one true energy. And that energy wanted to understand itself. And so that energy split itself into two distinct entities. Because in order to understand yourself, you need contrast. In order to understand hot, you need to have cold. In order to understand happiness, you need to have sorrow. In order to understand love, you need to have hate. Okay? We cannot learn these things if we're just one entity. We have to split ourselves into multiple entities and have that contrast to create that human experience. And now what happens when you create 6 billion different entities, or however many people there are in the world? Because God is infinite. That energy source is infinite. That is the universe, guys. That is everything. It's an infinite source. What happens when you create 6 billion different little souls? They all go into the world, whether it's this planet or another, because I believe people incarnate on other planets too. This is just one of the planets we have access to. And we bring that back. We live the human life, and we bring back all that experience to God, source, the one true energy. And every single soul that has ever existed or will ever exist all has access to the same collective consciousness that we have access to. When we die, here's what I believe. I don't believe there's any hell. I really don't. I believe that when we die, we all go to a place where we have instant access to all of the knowledge of humanity. All of the knowledge in the history of humanity, every experience that someone else has had, we have access to that knowledge. And so we are in a constant state of evolving as spiritual beings. That's what I believe. And our experiences in this lifetime help us evolve as spiritual beings. And our experience in the next lifetime, if we choose to live it, will help us all evolve as spiritual beings. That's what I believe. So why does the spirit need growth? Because we're all trying to learn the fundamental nature of who we are. I don't know if that made sense, but
Out of Israel through Jesus.
Yeah, no, I think it's tricky because you can clearly see there has been goods from the religions, the community building, the most beautiful buildings I've ever been in have been like churches and mosques they built. So clearly, it's done a lot to bring people closer to God. I mean, personally, I believe in God. I think there's definitely a God, but I'm not part of an organized religion. But I can see positives, but there's also been negatives, like anything. So, by the way, if people want to leave questions, do super chats, but we'll also take some non-super chats because, like I said, I'm not real versed in religion. I'm sure people want to push back or agree either way. Don't insult the guests though. Don't just throw stupid insults.
Address
unless
my
you're going
argument.
to pay a lot of money.
Here, let me save you the time. Although
that was really nice of Jake to say. Don't be a dick. I love Jake Shields, man. Jake Shields is just a nice guy. He really is.
You get to donate to Jake and attack me if you want, but I'm
not
Jewish.
You got to pay good money to attack him.
Yeah, you got to pay good money. Address what my arguments are. Otherwise, it's just going to look like desperation. And
I much prefer that. It's just stupid if people insult guests. I've had it happen before, and it's like, it just be respectful. Like I said, we don't necessarily agree. I agree partially what you're saying, but not fully. But we should be able to have respectful conversations. When people resort to name calling like Jews, several people try saying you're Jewish. Where do you think that comes from? They just get mad what you're pushing.
I think it's because they're mad because I'm exposing that Jesus is a Jewish myth meant to conquer the nations, but it's probably because my last name is Green, which is mostly
definitely not Adam Green. This absolutely isn't Adam Green, guys. Adam Green is banned on YouTube. He would never come on YouTube. That absolutely isn't Adam Green.
The English, Irish, Scottish surname. You can even look it up. Google surname Green. That's what it says. Only a small percentage, like 5% of Greens are Ashkenaz.
Okay, listen. Go fuck yourself. I am not choosing between Nick and Adam. I'm not choosing, and none of you guys are going to make me choose. I am never, ever, 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 ever choosing between Nick and Adam. I would love to see Nick and Adam have a conversation. I think that Nick Fuentes is a perfectly reasonable person that is perfectly capable of having a reasonable conversation. I think that Adam Green is a reasonable person that is perfectly capable of having a reasonable conversation. I would love to see the two of them just talk and have a discussion. And I think it would be a great discussion. But I'm not choosing between the two of them. I support Nick. I like what Nick is doing. I like the conversations that Nick starts. I think Nick is very funny. I would love to see Nick be more receptive to talking to Adam Green. I also appreciate Adam because I think that he's right. And I think that his research is very, very, very good. And I think that he brings up a lot of interesting points. And I would like to hear Nick respond intellectually to the points that Adam makes, because I don't think there needs to be this name calling thing that's going back and forth. And I don't think that Nick needs to be pissed off at me because I support Adam. Nick always knew I wasn't a Christian, okay? Like, that's very, very clear to everyone. I don't hate Christians. I'm just not one. And I would love to see the two of them come together like men and have a conversation. But I am not choosing between the two of them. Adam has never made me choose, and Nick has never made me choose. So you guys are not going to make me choose, okay?
I put my DNA test out for years. 0 Ashkenazi, 0 any Jewish, 100% Northwestern European Viking genetics on my ancestry test. And I was raised Christian. To dispel the rumors, I've even found old videos of me when I was like 3 years old singing "Jesus Loves Me." I was raised Christian. Went to church all the time until I was like 15, 16.
There's no
old.
little like
Yeah,
yarmulke hats for that Star David.
Choosing anyone. I choose myself.
No, I'm 6'4" with blonde hair and blue eyes. Not your typical
Good
Jewish
point.
physiognomy.
No, I've seen you've been to Israel. I've also been to Israel. So people are like, "Oh, look, he's been to Israel," but I've also been to Israel. It's like,
yeah. Well, you actually went on an Israel trip. I went on it's even worse than that. I went on a pro-Palestine trip and toured the West Bank. I went on an anti-Israel trip.
I was trying to go to the West Bank, but they wouldn't let me in.
Yeah.
How was it over there?
You weren't VIP with the Palestinians.
Yeah,
I had a Palestinian insider, and then so.
Wait,
I
that's crazy. Jake Shields went to Israel and they wouldn't let him visit the West Bank. Gee, I wonder why that is.
Get into that. Just some of the lies that Christians try to spin about that trip that I did. I went in the West Bank, Bethlehem, the Church of Nativity, where Jesus was supposedly born. When I got back, I did a video and said I got to skip a line and go in through another door and see where all the tourists were lining up to touch where Jesus was born. And it was because the priest at the Orthodox Church knew my Palestinian tour guide, and then people clip that out of context and say, "Look,
I think that's what I got. I think that's what I got sent. Someone's like, "See, yeah, that's what I got sent."
That's how bad the lie is.
You.
Yeah, I was inside a mosque of the Cave of the Patriarchs, a mosque in Hebron, which is West Bank also, and then they post that and say, "Look, he was at the Western Wall. He went and visited the wall. I did not go to the wall.
Oh my
that was inside of a mosque."
Shamefully,
so those are the type of.
I did get dragged to the wall of shame.
Did you put on a yarmulke? You have to, right?
I don't.
The wall of shame.
Oh, no!
There's no pictures that I've seen it, so I'm going to deny it.
Oh no! Jake Shields put on a yarmulke at the wall. Oh no! It's over. Jake Shields canceled. He wore a yarmulke at the wall. Confirmed.
Check the satellites. Check the satellites.
Yeah, the wall of shame. You know, if I run for politicians, that's going to pop up. Like, see, they got him at the wall. Yeah. It was a trick. You know, I went to Israel at the time. I was kind of, slightly pro-Israel because that's kind of like every American. You know, they have their talking points, their Hezbollah. They're really good at it. Their talking points. But I could just tell something was kind of off, particularly when I wanted to go down and check out the West Bank because I had a friend down there. They were just so adamant that I was going to get killed.
Hang on. We get a super chat from Marvin. Karlyn, please have Jake more photo. Okay. Maybe we'll see, I guess.
So that's when I started being like, okay, these guys are lying. They don't want me to go and see what's going on down there.
Yeah, I was worried about getting killed in Israel, not in Palestine. It was totally safe. I went all over Palestine.
Yeah, no, I would be now if I went to Israel. Like, I would love to go back to the West Bank. I mean, I doubt they'd let me in at this point. But I would love to go and go and see it. But how was it? Were people super nice to you out there? Or?
Oh, they were so nice, and it was so sad. You know, I went to refugee camps, talked to like lots of local Palestinian leaders, and like the school, and I talked to like shopkeepers.
Hey, not Adam Green in the chat. We're gonna do a fundraiser to get you a new router, okay? Can you start a give send Adam, can you start not Adam, can you start a give send go to get a new router or something? Because I will totally donate to the give send go to get you a new fucking router.
In Hebron that live below the illegal settlements that they have, and I heard so many like testimonials of the Palestinians and what their life is like and how the Israelis mess with them all the time. And that's part of the reason that my Palestinian friend wanted me to go, is to be able to say I have been there, I've seen what it's like. Like, remember the Douglas Murray Joe Rogan debate? He's like, have you ever been? Well, I actually have, so they can't use that against me.
I would fucking kill to see Adam debate Douglas Murray. That would be the greatest thing that's ever happened. Can we all make that happen? Adam Green needs to debate Douglas Murray.
I have seen what goes on in the West Bank, and I have heard from Palestinians what's their lives are like living under Israeli occupation.
Yeah,
so
they treat them like, not even second-class citizens, like third. I mean, it's just absolutely terrible. And the West Bank is not ran by Hamas. So people will be like, Hamas, but they don't have Hamas over there. They just brutalize those poor people. It's sad, and like people will tell, I'm not like, I'm not trying to bring the country, but I'm fairly pro-Muslim. Muslims always treat me. I've traveled around these countries. I've been treated amazing. That's what people don't realize. People are like, oh, these people hate you. It's like, no, they don't. That's been propaganda pushed by, our media and Hollywood to think that Muslims and Christians hate each other.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I went to this like one refugee camp, a few refugee camps, but one was like a school for young girls. And they were like, every one of the girls in the classroom like told us like whatever they wanted to say, to us, like so that we can go like spread the message to Americans. And one of the girls just like hated Trump, which is understandable because he's such a Zionist, right? So it's like they are not happy with us because of all the support that we've given to Israel.
Yeah, rightfully so. I wouldn't be happy with us if I was over there. Like, we're blocking them. The rest of the world's trying to recognize the Palestinian state, and we're the ones blocking it.
Adam with the super chat, not Adam Green with the super chat, because he definitely doesn't have a YouTube account. I had a hazy IPA for Friday's show. Thanks for playing, Karlyn Power Rising. Yeah, I'm finishing a raspberry cheesecake beer right now. Adam drinks shitty IPAs. I drink amazing sour beers with like cheesecake and all this stuff. And I'm gonna pour another raspberry beer right after this, and it's gonna be awesome. Adam, I had a banana split beer earlier today, and it was great. It was a stout, but it was super creamy. And it tasted just a little sweet, and it was awesome. So we are someday I'm going to come to California, and I'm going to take you to a good beer bar, and we're going to get you to stop drinking IPAs, because IPAs suck. Even hazy IPAs. There are better beers, Adam.
There's us, and like,
thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Countries like Micronesia and like countries I've never heard of. Tonga, I think. It's absurd.
So, can I show you a couple more verses? Just a couple real important ones. I just want everybody to understand like where I'm coming from, how I see this. You don't have to agree with me, but at least know like where I'm coming from. That's really all I'm looking for.
I figured I owed you a fair shot. Some of the other people that are on it, I at least owed you to come in and explain your thing.
So in Mark, the first gospel, Jesus is called the Son of Man over and over again. It's very clear Jesus is identified with the Son of Man. And that's a figure from the prophetic book of Daniel.
Dinosaur
7.
Beer.
It says the Son of Man comes with the clouds of heaven. He's like a heavenly redeemer. And he says he was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All nations, which means Goyim, remember, and peoples of every language worshipped him. So that is the goal of the Messiah, is all the nations worship this God. And this was the Jewish goal. Before Christianity, the only people waiting for the Messiah to come and conquer all the nations were known as Jews. And then this Son of Man, this is a big deal. This Son of Man gets expanded on in the pre-Christian book of Enoch. You probably heard about Enoch before. A lot of people have heard about Enoch and the book of the Watchers and like the lore about the Nephilim. But this is from chapter 48, 46, and 62. It expands on how they viewed this Son of Man. So this is a Jewish text before Christianity. It says,
okay,
he shall put down the kings from their
Amalek, you don't have to yell. Okay, can we just... You don't have to yell. You don't have to do all caps. I'm paying attention. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thrones because they do not praise him. And then over here it says, the Son of Man, he was named before the Lord of Spirits. Shall be a light to the Gentiles. That's citing Isaiah 42 and 49. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him. And for this reason hath he be chosen and hidden before him before the creation of the world. And then in chapter 62, again, the Son of Man, over and over again. All the kings and the mighty and exalted, those who hold the earth, they shall see and recognize how he sits on the throne of his glory. And it says, all the kings and the mighty and exalted and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces and worship and set their hope upon the Son of Man. And that's cited in the New Testament as well, that they will put their hope in him. It's citing Isaiah 42 and 49. So again, all of the world bowing down and worshiping their Messiah. That's the whole point of the Messiah. So you're not really like owning Jews to bow down to the King of the Jews and having the whole world worship. Like at the end of the day, rabbis and Christians ultimately want the same thing. They have the same goal, which is all the world worshiping.
Hang on. I just want to read this. I want to read this for myself. From the beginning, the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect. And the congregation of the elect and holy shall be sown, and all of the elect shall stand by him on that day, and all of the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces and worship him and set their hope upon the Son of Man and petition him and supplicate for mercy at his hands. I don't know, man. It just kind of seems a little much is all I'm saying. It seems a little much.
And Christians ultimately want the same thing. They have the same goal, which is all the world worshiping the Messiah that they interpret from prophecies of the Torah. And I'm opposed. I'm opposed to Moshiach. I'm anti-Moshiach, which means anti-Christ. Moshiach means Christ, the anointed one, the christened one in Greek.
Hey,
what do you say to
so Amalek and not Adam Green? Do you guys actually believe that So do you guys believe that Adam King burning that red heifer, do you guys believe that's actually going to do something? Did Adam King actually like usher in the Antichrist or whatever in the burning of the red cow? And then he's like snorting the ashes or something to get high?
things like, you know, when Christians go to Israel, they get spit on, and like in their Talmud it says he's burning in hell, this type of stuff, or burning in shit to be more precise.
So they don't want Jews. Christianity is for Gentiles. It's not for Jews.
Yeah.
And obviously over the last 2,000 years, one sect of Jews, you can have a bitter rivalry between two like familiar sects. If it's two sects fighting over Judaism and the Messiah, there's going to be a rivalry is going to develop. So the spitting and the cursing and the mocking, number one, that's in Christianity, that's what the Jews are supposed to do. They're supposed to reject Jesus until
see here's the thing. I actually do believe in magical Jews, because I believe that Jews have the Kabbalah, and the Kabbalah is just harnessing energy, and we all have access to this energy, but the Jews have figured out a way to harness energy in a way that, quite frankly, is a little disturbing to me. So I actually do believe that there are magical Jews. I believe the Kabbalah is real. Listen, bro, I use tarot cards of the Thoth deck. Like the Thoth deck, this is all hinged in Kabbalah and all this sort of stuff. And this is the best tarot deck, like by far. Once you read with the Thoth deck, you don't read with anything else, because the Jews have harnessed the fucking magic, and we all have access to the same thing, and we need to be harnessing the same magic because it's the power of the universe, bro.
he returns in the end time, and then they believe. So that's supposed to happen according to Christianity.
Exactly.
And also it's because it's not for them. Jews are still discouraged from following it, but it's okay if the Gentiles follow it. So that's why they have the thing. And in the Talmud, where it says in one place that he's burning an excrement, this is written hundreds of years after Christians have been calling Jews killing God. So like one Jew getting mad and talking some shit is not that surprising.
Yeah.
to be honest.
No,
But here's the thing. Do some extremist Jews spit and mock and talk shit about Jesus? Yes. But most Jews and most rabbis, their view is that Christianity brought ultimate good and has a divine God's plan purpose in the world to Judaize the nations. So
yeah, I said we're gonna have to have
the full context.
We'll have
and
to
I've
do a
got
debate.
so many clips showing that.
What do people say when push back on you? The people that do study the religion. I guess we'll have to have that debate.
How do they push back? They'll say you don't understand, or they'll say you have daddy issues, or they'll say you're a Jew, or they'll say you're a pagan LARPer. They don't really ever address what I say, to be honest. Or they'll say, oh, everybody knows.
See, I totally feel Adam's pain in this regard. Because, like, yeah, you do need witches. You do need witches. Oh, wait, I can give you witches. But I do understand Adam's pain in this regard because, like, I feel like whenever someone attacks me online, they never argue the intellectual points that I make. They're always making some stupid argument. Like, they're saying, you're fat, you're ugly, you're this, you're that, you married a pedophile, which isn't even true. Of course, they're, like, smearing my husband and they think I'm going to take this seriously. It's like, they're making some sort of character attack or they're calling me mentally ill, but not a single person that has ever made a character attack and not a single person who has ever called me mentally ill can intellectually argue any of the points that I make. And it gets so exhausting after a while. It's like I would have intellectual conversations with literally any of these people. If any of these people wanted to actually argue the points I was making, I would have an intellectual conversation with them. But what I'm going to be met with is, you're fat, you're ugly, you're stupid, you're mentally ill, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, why am I going to waste my time with that? It makes no sense. And I feel like Adam is kind of met with the same thing where it's like, all the attacks I see on Adam are, you're Jewish, blah, 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 blah. It's like, that's always the argument or some other stupid argument. And it's like, are you able to deal with the points that he's making? Can you intellectually argue him? You're supposed to be a Christian. Why are you as a Christian completely unable to argue any of his points intellectually? Yeah, you're a Nazi. Yeah, exactly. And it's just exhausting. And I'm sure that Adam would take on any person in an intellectual argument. I'm sure he'd have no problem with it. But it's just kind of like, bro, can we please just stop calling him a Jew? Like, it's so annoying.
Jesus existed. Bart Ehrman says so. Like, those are the basic cope responses that I get.
Yeah.
Or like what you just said, Jews hate Jesus. There's nothing they hate more than Jesus.
Well,
That
it seems
is
like
not
they
true.
do, but also it's like a lot of them hate Jesus.
It's a
seems like, but
nuanced hate. You're right. It's a nuanced hate. They hate it for them, but having their enemies. Let me show you one more verse, actually, an important verse to put this together.
Okay. Yeah, and they won't let us become Jews.
Oh, you sent me a power chat? Okay, hang on.
Right, they don't want us to be.
Or it's very difficult, at least.
Hang on, stand by.
Yeah, no, they highly discourage it. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Let me show.
Okay, Owls Are Cool says in power chat, my distance for Christianity grows every day. The fact that my European ancestors are tied into this foreign cultural religion is disgusting and evil. People who aren't even Romans get roped into this situation because of our shared ancestry. You know, like, one of the reasons, and like, just to be real for a second, like, listen, obviously, like, I hung around with the Groypers for a couple years. And I genuinely do appreciate a lot of the Groypers. I really do. I have friends that are Groypers. I appreciate Nick. Like, I have no beef with them. But, like, in order to hang around with the Groypers, I had to constantly ignore that they were constantly proselytizing Christianity to me and that they were basically shit-talking my spiritual beliefs all the time. And the Groypers were allowed to insult me in every which way but Sunday, but I wasn't actually allowed to say what I believed when I was hanging out with them. And for a while I was cool with that because I just didn't really care all that much. But, like, what got really annoying to me was that I genuinely believe, listen, I don't care if you're a Christian. I don't care if you're a Catholic. I really don't. Everyone has their own path. Everyone has their own journey. I really believe that. But I fundamentally believe that Christianity has robbed us of our spiritual purpose. I fundamentally believe that Christianity is designed to keep us disconnected from God, disconnected from source, disconnected with our inherent self. I believe that if I was raised a Christian, I would never have access to the information that I have access to. I would never have like, I am incredibly psychic. I am incredibly intuitive. People can believe that or not, but it just is. I would never have access to that if I was raised a Christian, because I would be raised to believe that intuition is evil. I would be raised to believe that tarot cards are evil or that astrology is evil, which is just so stupid when you actually understand what those things are. And it's like, how many millions or billions of people have been robbed of this gift of being connected to something that is higher than them, of being connected to God, source, the one true energy, of being connected to all the abilities that we have as spiritual beings having a human experience. How many people have been robbed of this experience because of Christianity? And again, I don't particularly care if you are Christian. I really don't particularly care. We're all allowed to have our own journey. We're all allowed to have our own experience. But I really do believe that the world would be better if more people had access to things that were outside of this very rigid religion, which I have always believed is just designed to control people. I don't know. Maybe that's dumb. Let's see. I had a super chat from North Star Esoteric. Tarot is based on the alphabet, aka the zodiac. Yes, it is. Jews don't own it. Yeah, actually, if you look in the tarot, this is me in the tarot. I actually had this up. This is me in the tarot. This is an Aries woman in the tarot, because the tarot is based on astrology. Astrology connects with this. It's all energy. That's all it is. I know you're all shocked. You know, that's what I look like in the tarot. Not fiery at all. But all these things come from somewhere. These are symbols. These are not signs. Okay?
Here, this screen again. This is pretty much my last one that I wanted to show you too. It's the other most important one. So Jesus in the book of Hebrews is called the Melchizedek, the Melchizedek high priest, like 7 times, maybe. And that's citing Psalm 110. It's another messianic chapter.
The great
in the
card.
Psalms.
The Fool is a great card.
And it says, the Lord said unto my Lord. So like the Lord says to the Son of Man, or the Lord says to the Messiah, sit at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. The New Testament cites that verse several times, by the way. And then it says, the Lord shall send the rod of thy strength out of Zion, and he will rule in thou midst of thine enemies. So first century Judea, the enemies of the Jews were the Romans. And then they created Jesus. And where does he rule? In the midst of thine enemies of the ancient Jews, in Rome, is where the church
I'll be right back.
sits. So this is the point of the Melchizedek high priest, which Jesus is, the Melchizedek high priest, right? Is to, his purpose is to rule in the midst of the enemies of the Jews. That's why Jesus rules over the Gentiles in Christianity.
Interesting. Did you see, when I've seen it, someone sent me last night, they're doing some kind of, in Israel, they're doing like a trumpet ceremony, I think today or tomorrow or something, when they're trying to, like, I don't know what the purpose is, some kind of ushering in some Antichrist.
It's like Rosh Hashanah. It's the Jewish New Year is the holiday.
Yeah.
That's how you know I'm not Jewish, because I would have to be off the internet right now. Adam King's blowing some horns somewhere.
Oh, is that why my timeline hasn't been full of such nonsense on Twitter?
Yeah. The Jews are all off Twitter. It's like it's a holiday for the Jews.
We're off on the training. But yeah, they're doing some kind of like televised ceremony of like blowing the horns. I don't know exactly what it represents, but it looks a little weird. It does seem like they are trying to push something right now with all the wars. You know, they're trying to push into World War III. They have the red heifers there. They have it seems really bizarre.
The red heifer,
and
I almost missed
Jews
it.
And some Christian Zionists seem to truly believe it and truly be they're trying to force the rapture.
Oh yeah, the rapture. Everybody's talking about the rapture today. You go on TikTok and every video you see is the rapture.
Really?
Yeah.
Not on TikTok.
Okay, Jake, sorry to do this to you.
Yep.
But your audience has to see this. All right, a couple more verses.
That's
Very
okay. No,
important to understand. To understand the Jesus deception, you have to see Psalm 2 and Psalm 22.
Mhm.
Okay, so Psalm 2, it's another messianic verse. You are my son, today I've become your father. This is what is said in Jesus' transfiguration and in his baptism scene. They quote this verse, you are my son, today I've become your father. And what does it say right after that? I will make the nations your goyim, your inheritance, and the ends of the earth your possession. You will break them with a rod of iron. You will dash them to pieces like pottery. Therefore, you kings, be wise, be warned, you rulers of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear and celebrate his rule with trembling.
Bro.
So this is about Jesus conquering the kings of the earth, ruling over the earth, and have us trembling in fear, licking the dust of our feet. Every knee will bow. This is what the rabbis want for their Mashiach, and this is what the rabbis
the New Testament. What? This is in, or
this is the Old Testament. This is the Psalms. Okay. Jesus is fulfillment of stuff from Isaiah, Zechariah, Daniel, Psalms. Ancient Jews were searching all of the scriptures for secret hidden mysteries. It was the Jewish tradition known as Midrash and Pesher, where they connect similar and related themes and words and figures, and they connect them and write like new fan fictions, like a literary construct. And that's where the stories of Jesus came from. There wasn't a real figure that walked the earth that fulfilled hundreds of prophecies. Some ancient Jews knew all the prophecies and then wrote part 2 fulfilling these prophecies. They don't have magical powers. They're just good at writing stories. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a Jewish myth meant to conquer the world. And then Psalms 22, it says, my God, why have you forsaken me? It starts. That's what they put in the mouth of Jesus when he's on the cross. Scorned by everyone, despised by the people, they mocked, hurled insults, let the Lord rescue him. They taunted him. That's all in the Passion narrative as well. And then they pierced my hands and feet. That's where they get Jesus being pierced. Didn't actually happen. The first Christians, the only way they knew about Jesus's crucifixion was from reading it from Isaiah 53 and Psalm 22 and Zechariah 12:10, where it says the one that is pierced. They divide.
There is a book that I just want to refer people to. I think it's called Nailed. I'm pretty sure it's called Nailed. Amalek will correct me if I'm wrong. But there's a book called Nailed that basically, I think, rather effectively makes the case that there is no real documentation for the historical Jesus. It's only about 4 hours long if you get the audio book. Yeah, Nailed and Jesus from Outer Space. And so I guess if people have questions, I would refer to that. Now, I did listen to Nailed. I did not listen to Jesus from Outer Space, or I listened to most of Nailed, I guess. But my fundamental issue with Nailed is that I think it takes a very Christian perspective, whereas like I don't believe Jesus. I believe that Jesus existed as a historical person separate from Christianity, but like I also understand the argument, and I think it's a good one to make, that the historical Jesus as articulated by the Bible and articulated by Christianity probably didn't exist, and it does a pretty effective job of laying out the evidence for that argument.
Did my clothes among them and cast lots for garments. It just quotes that and says the Romans cast lots for his garments. And then this is what it's all about. All the ends of the earth will remember and turn to the Lord. All the families of the nations, the Goyim, will bow down before him, and dominion belongs to the Lord. And
so are there people in the chat that disagree with the idea that the Romans documented Jesus? You guys can go have that argument in the chat.
He rules over the nations. So that's Jesus again. That's the Jewish goal of the Messiah that they wrote about with Jesus, to conquer the nations once again.
So this was like before he came in. This was what they were trying to.
This was their prophecies, and they read these prophecies and then wrote a new story fulfilling these themes. A fake prophecy fulfillment mythical story.
Yeah, I was trying to look at, evidence for him being real or not. And obviously there's the people in the Bible. And then after that, I think around 93 after death, and then like 100 and some people writing about it. And there was like mild, little bit of archaeological stuff, but nothing major. That's why I couldn't find like any strong evidence either way.
Jesus is you're right. The evidence for historical Jesus is very scant. And lots of evidence that he started as a mythological figure, and it's just this tradition of writing a story fulfilling prophecy. The best evidence that there is for a historical Jesus is Paul, who never met Jesus himself. He says he met Peter and then James, the brother of the Lord. But I was actually just finishing the chapter in my book about this. The brother of the Lord being James it means a spiritual brother. They called all Christians brothers of the Lord. They were known as the brethren. So that gets debunked. Then Christians will say, well, Josephus and Tacitus says it. That's way later. That's not independent. That's after the Gospels are in circulation. And then when you learn, like, I'm not going to do it to you now, but I have done videos in the past. It's in my book, but I have all these different verses showing from Paul's letters, from Peter, from Hebrews, how they basically outright say it. Paul says that he never knew Jesus in the real world. Paul never met him. Paul never met him. No, not even Christians will say he met him. Only in a post-resurrection vision, they say. But Paul says where he knows about Jesus. He says, he adamantly argues he did not learn it from any man or any oral tradition. He learned it from revelation and scriptures. Revelations are like mystical Jewish visions. Ascension. He even says he got caught up into the third heaven where he got revelations and learned the mysteries. This is like Kabbalistic type of language.
Oh, Kabbalah, like magical Jews. Hey, Rottweiler, thanks for the super chat. David Fitzgerald is another good source of info on the authenticity of Jesus. He's out there with Richard Carrier and Bart Ehrman. Thanks, Rottweiler. Appreciate it.
Of heavenly ascension visionary experiences. That's where they first learned of Jesus. He was like an angelic figure. And there's so many verses that support that in Paul. He says, clearly, he learned about Jesus from revelation and scripture. He like outright says it.
Interesting. No, I'd assume Paul had met him, but again, an expert. Okay, we have a few super chats. That's getting interesting.
Wow.
Hold on. What is this one? Thanks for having Adam on, Jake. You are living. Be a man of your word. The rabbi hole goes shockingly deep. Keep digging. Okay, yeah. Thanks for the super chat, Jack Cripper. So we have another one. So positive so far. What religion are you? Are you pagan?
No, I revere my ancestors and the myths of my ancestors, but I don't believe any of them are true, and I don't even really know them that well. I consider myself an agnostic, non-religious agnostic.
So so basically you don't really know what's out there. The pagan thing's interesting. I've been meeting a bunch of pagans recently. Have you noticed that, or is it just what I'm stumbling across?
I think a lot of the paganism is just kind of like reactionary to rejecting Yahwehism and rejecting the Abrahamic matrix.
Yeah, 100%.
And kind of getting back in touch with your pre-Christian roots. I think that most of that what's going on. I don't think any of these people, very few of these people.
I 100% agree with that. I cringe every time, and I hate to say this in front of the CQ guys because like I know some of them are listening right now, and that's fine. But like I cringe every time someone hails Odin. I'm like, bro. Like I'm like, okay, like everyone's allowed to believe what they want, honestly. Like I don't care what you believe, but like there's a part of me that goes, oh, every time someone hails Odin or stuff like that, just because like I don't consider myself a pagan, just so people know, at all, but like yeah yeah, Cuden, exactly, or Odin, whatever, yeah, okay, whatever, okay, you guys can hail Odin if you want to. I just think it's funny.
And they'll get mad when I say this, but I don't think they actually believe in any of the pagan gods.
No,
yeah,
I don't
some
think
of
they
these
do either.
nationalist groups I've talked to, I haven't asked any details because I honestly don't know much about paganism, but I found it very interesting that lots of these nationalist groups were going back to paganism.
Yeah. And you can see why. Look at how multicultural and universal and love thy enemy and turn the other cheek. And it's all, it was a religion started by Jews that says salvation is of the Jews. So it's not surprising that a lot of right-wingers are going to be, opposed to Christianity because it's Jewish. It's started by a bunch of Jews. It's worshiping the Jewish Messiah.
Yeah, whether it is or isn't, I think a lot of people are fed up with what's going on.
Next time I go on Fox News, I'm going to wear sunglasses. That's going to happen. Like people, can you imagine how pissed off people would be if I wore sunglasses on Fox News? It would be one of those stupid things where there's like actually no reason to be pissed off about it, but people would be pissed off just because I did it.
And with Israel, the Christian Zionism for sure. So it's kind of it's been a lot of these people that are pro-white too. So I guess those are the original white religions. So that's what I'm trying to piece together.
Exactly.
Yeah, they'd say I was
If we're going to LARP as anybody, we should LARP as our own people, our own ancestors, not as some Pharisees or some Jewish rabbis.
Mm-hmm. There's lots of like infighting amongst the pagans, Christians, Muslims.
Someone on Rumble wants to know if I'm married. Yes, I am. I've been married. It'll be 14 years on November 5th. So I am married. I'm very sorry to disappoint, especially to all the lesbians who've already fallen in love with me, because the lesbians can't resist me. But I am in fact married to a guy, as it turns out. Sorry. At least Jake is someone who dares to have difficult conversations instead of trying to attack at him like your average fanatical Christian podcaster. No, I appreciate that. Like, this is why I actually like Jake Shields. I do actually think Jake Shields is just like a good dude, honestly. North Star Esoteric. I'd rather LARP as a wannabe Jew than acknowledging the collective Aryan consciousness that is Odin. The whole thing is just cringe. And again, like, I don't begrudge anyone like having the beliefs that they have, like whatever's clever, but like, it's just cringe, man.
I feel like the infighting can be a little bit of a problem, or just the fighting amongst different groups. That seems like a major problem too, a way to keep us divided.
Well, that's why I don't like Christianity. The Christianity, the New Testament, Jesus says he did not come. He came with the sword to divide, to turn family against family. Did not come to bring peace, but a sword and to divide.
Mm-hmm. People say you're divisive. What do you say back to people that say you're divisive?
Cringe, North Star Esoteric.
Anti-Christianity.
That's just their cope to try to silence me. Like,
so true,
I'm sorry, your religion is Jewish. It is the king of the Jews. It is Judeo, and it is a myth. And
it's always so funny to me. I had never seen this happen before I got involved with the CQ spaces. It is always so funny to me when Christians tell me that Jesus is not Jewish. Have you guys seen this? Like, Christians are like, no, he wasn't Jewish. Pinky swear, trust me, bro. And I'm like, are you serious? Are you serious? You actually think that Jesus is not Jewish? How fucking retarded is that? That doesn't even make sense. All right, we got another power chat. Hang on. I'll get your power chat. Thank you for telling me, because I don't always have that up. Power chat from Owls Are Cool. First time I really questioned Christianity was when my mom tried to get me to wear a crucifix. I took a step back and was like, wow, it's like a foreigner trying to claim me as a possession. But because of the fear of hell, too scared to question her further. I mean, isn't that sad? It's like Christianity traumatizes people from the time they're little kids. Like, listen, man, my parents may have made a lot of mistakes, and they did. But one of the things that my parents did well was my parents raised me completely agnostic. And both of my parents went to Catholic school. Both of my parents were raised Christian. They went to Catholic school. They had the nuns that hit them with the rulers and like all that stuff. But by the time I was born, my father was an atheist and my mother was an agnostic. And my parents were actually very, very committed to the idea that me and my brother should find our own ways. And so my parents very deliberately did not raise us with any opinion of religion, and they wouldn't even tell us what their opinion was. It wasn't until like I was like 16 years old or something that I even found out what my parents believed. I knew we weren't Christians because like everyone else in my family was a Christian, and we weren't baptized, and occasionally we would have to go to Christian church. Like, I actually have been to Catholic church because my family is Catholic, but like I've been to Catholic church a number of times. People are surprised about this. I was not smited on the way in the door or anything, but like I have been to church, but it was like a rare occasion. It was like one of my 45 cousins was getting baptized or something like that. And so I would have to go for the baptism. I would have to go for the weddings and things like that. But I never went to church otherwise. So I knew my parents weren't Christian. I didn't know what they actually believed, though, until I was much older. And the reason that my parents never told us what they believed is because they wanted me and my brother to find our own path, regardless of the influence of whatever they were. And I actually think that that's kind of cool. And I think that that's kind of like a rare thing. And I'm pretty great. And I dabbled in Christianity at one point. There was a good 2-year period where I was really obsessed with the idea of like the historical Jesus. You guys should see my basement. I have so many books about the historical Jesus just because like I was obsessed with that for like a time period. So it's not like I didn't go through a phase, but like I definitely found my path, and I appreciate the way my parents raised me because of it. Your parents did the same thing, Maria? I think it's the best way to do it. If your kids gravitate to religion or Christianity, like that's one thing. But like if you're trying to force Christianity or any other religion on your kids, you are brainwashing them from the time they're too young to defend themselves. You got to let people be people. You got to let people follow their own path. Even if you don't understand the path, even if you don't agree with the path, we're all here, what I believe, we're all here to do certain things. We're all here to learn certain lessons. And like, if you rob people of the path that they're meant to be on, that kind of sucks, honestly.
The cope that like, oh, well, you just have to like, I mean, when all of the biggest Zionist influencers are all promoting Jesus nonstop, and then all of the anti-Zionist influencers are also saying that, it's just like there's no real opposition. So I'm sorry, but it's the truth. I've got the receipts, I've done the research, and I'm not going to stop talking whether you think it's divisive or not. I really don't care. It needs to be divided out. We need to divide away the type of and what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to attack people. I'm trying to save them from the spell.
Yeah.
They're hypnotized by a Jewish Bible and Jewish prophecies, and I'm just kind of trying to free and liberate their minds from that mental enslavement. That's my ultimate goal. That's my motive. I want less people to believe in Jewish fairy tales. That's it.
But you do get lots of people angry. Like I said, you're one of my most controversial guests, and I've had extremely controversial people. It was interesting, the mix. People really want me to have you and not have you. But like, I'm
right.
a man.
It's so bizarre to me that Adam is this controversial. This is a horrible freeze frame for Adam. Hang on. We're going to do Adam better than that. There we go. Better. Okay. It is so bizarre to me that Adam Green is this controversial. Because he's like the nicest guy on the internet, honestly. He's just a really good dude. I've never, Adam Green is one of the few people that I've never had an issue with on the internet. He doesn't engage in drama for the most part. He does if he's trying to advance his message. But the interpersonal bullshit and the squabbling and the fighting, you never see him doing this stuff. I've never worried for one single instance if he was going to stab me in the back. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't think he's going to. It is so bizarre to me that Adam Green is considered to be this controversial, because he'll have a conversation with anyone as long as it's an intellectual conversation. He puts his ideas out there all the time. Like, why do people hate him this much? Oh, because he's right. That's why. People hate him because he is right, and they can't argue him intellectually, and he's hot, and he looks like a Viking, and I'll tell you what, the Groypers really don't like that. They really don't. No offense, Groypers. I think many Groypers are actually more handsome than they get credit for, and I've seen many of the Groypers in person. They're not ugly, they're not short, they're not brown. Most of them are white and actually pretty good looking, if I'm being honest about it. But you can't compete with this 6'4" blonde Viking. You just can't. Who can actually compete with that? You can't. He looks like a hot fucking Viking, okay? And the Groypers hate that. And that's one of the reasons they hate him. Also, they can't intellectually argue any of his points. Yeah, he's 6'4". No, he's married. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. No flirting allowed. We have to be appropriate. Whatever.
Well, it was interesting, the mix. People really want me to have you and not have you. But I'm
right.
a man. I'm gonna talk to who I want to. But there were definitely people that were not happy that I was talking to you.
Yeah. Christians throughout time have.
Listen. I married a Slavic man with a thick Russian accent. I'm doing just fine. I remember, fun fact, the day I met my husband, which my husband was my literal mover. So the very first time I met my husband, this will be a good story for all you new people. The very first time I met my husband, he was my mover, and he showed up at my house, and then he picked up heavy furniture for me just to show me that he could. And he spoke to me in a thick Russian accent, and I was trying to learn Russian at the time just because I thought it sounded like a cool language. And so I had this hot Russian guy, and he was my husband was very like in shape when he was a mover because he was moving heavy furniture all the time. And so I had a hot fucking Russian man moving heavy furniture for me, speaking to me in a Russian accent. And I was like, I'm done. Like, I even posted, like, as we were driving from the house I lived in to the house I moved into, I even posted on Facebook, I was like, I need to date more Russian men or Ukrainian men or whatever. So no, I'm just fine with my Ukrainian husband, I'll tell you that.
Censored like crazy. A lot of them would burn me at the stake if they could. They would silence me. They would censor me. They smear me. They try to character assassinate me and smear me. So yeah, I'm not surprised. And that's just another one of the tricks. They can't debate and argue what I say. So they go, "You're divisive," or they make up lies about me. And Christianity is clearly the one that's divisive. Think about how Christianity injected. It's divided Christian against Christian. Look at how the heated debates that these Orthodox and Protestants and Orthodox and Catholics have.
Catholic, Protestant, yeah.
Right. There's been huge wars. Think of all the white Europeans that have been killed throughout history because of Christianity. Christians fighting each other, a Christian nation fighting, doing crusades into a pagan nation. Christianity got Gentiles to abandon their gods and their traditions, to worship the God of Israel like the Jews always wanted, and then to, through the sword, impose and spread Jewish messianism and the Hebrew Torah on the
Victor had me at Zdravstvuyte, and the first time he picked up a heavy piece of furniture just to prove to me that he could. There is nothing hotter than men that can move heavy pieces of furniture. I'm telling you. What hubby opinion on Ukraine? I mean, my husband's Ukrainian, and his brother-in-law, my brother-in-law, his brother is in the Ukrainian army, and so he's clearly on. My husband is on Ukraine's side. I am on the side of, I don't think we should be funding foreign wars, but I also respect my husband's position. I'm not going to shit talk his country or anything. My husband is actually from Ukraine. And so, yeah, I'm not going to shit talk his country is all I'm going to say. Maria, I think that's why I can be Christian and not be weird and insecure. Don't have to cram down anyone's throat. Yeah, I mean, that's the key to it, isn't it? I pray for people without announcing it. It's mostly people caught up in the gender cult I pray for. I mean, that's really lovely. Yeah, I totally get that.
Rest of the Gentile world. And then if you oppose that, it's like, it's like saying I'm being divisive if I say I don't want to bow down to the Moshiach and be a Noahide. Like I see it as the exact same thing. Very minute differences.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I get people say I'm divided with, the Republican Party trying to like tear them down and support Israel. And it's like, well, I have no interest in being part of that party. So yeah,
exactly.
I can understand where you're coming from. Not in this particular subject, but if I feel like something is strong enough to attack, like, yeah, I'm going to attack it.
I don't understand. I'm sorry to pause so much, but I have a lot to say apparently. I don't understand the conservative mentality in this respect, or the right-wing mentality, because I hear this all the time from conservatives too, because I shit talk conservatives so much when they suck. Conservatives are like, why do you attack conservatives? You're on the same team. You shouldn't be attacking conservatives. You're on the same team. And I'm like, no, I'm not, actually. Like, I'm not. I am on team defeat the left at all costs. That is the team that I'm on. I am on team I don't want to be a communist. I am on team I don't want the communists to win. I am on team I will do whatever it fucking takes to prevent the leftist takeover of our country that I think is happening within the next 10 to 15 years. That is the team that I'm on. I am not on team conservative MAGA. I am on team defeat the left. And if you are conservative and MAGA and you want to come over to my team and you want to help us fuck up the left, bro, I will work with you. But if you have any expectation that I am on your team just because you don't like the left. See, I'm banning someone in Rumble right now because they're saying to stop lie. No, go away. I'm not on your team. If you're going to lie about me or make accusations, I'm absolutely not on your team. And you don't get to decide. And by the way, MAGA, you don't get to decide that I'm on your team. I get to decide if we have the same values. I get to decide what team I'm on, and I get to decide what people I want to work with. And stop fucking telling me that I'm dividing things when I never agreed to be on your team in the first place. You know?
So we have some more super chats coming in. So let's see. Thank you so much for giving Green Pill Movement a larger voice. Mad respect, Jake. Thank you. Okay, I thought we have more negative. We got some positive ones. That's good. Let's see. Another one. Adam, do you still believe the AH was a crypto J or Bolshevik? Like your old buddy, Crit? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I don't know what that.
I never believed that. I never once believed that. I maybe asked a guest about that, what he thought about that one time, and that's just like one of these bad faith attacks. Like, have you seen?
Yeah, I don't know the story. If it's a bad faith
that.
attack, we'll just ignore it and move on.
Yeah,
I don't
believe
engage in those. So, please explain the significance of 613 Masval, Noshad laws, and the penalty for idol worshiping in Judaism.
613 mitzvahs. That's the laws, the 613 commandments from the Torah that the Jews follow. And then they have the 613 laws for the Jews and the 7 Noahide laws for the Gentiles. And the 7 Noahide laws are very similar to the 10 commandments. It's the laws that they want all of the world to follow in their messianic age. And the first 2 are the most important. It's no blasphemy and no idol worship. So basically, be their slave, worship their God that chose them, acknowledge them as God's chosen people, and never say an ill word about their God or their books or their.
See, that's the other weird thing about Christianity to me is like the fact that Christianity and the Bible literally teaches people to not debate other people about Christianity. It's like the Christian Bible literally tells people, don't consider anyone else's idea. You're not allowed to talk to anyone else about this. And this is how Christians interpret it. And I know that because every time I post about the CQ spaces on Twitter, what I get is Christians saying, I will not. What do they say about pearls and swine? What do they say about pearls and swine? Does anyone know that quote? I will not cast pearls before swine or whatever. I'm ChatGPTing this. What do Christians say about pearls and swine? I'm pretty sure it's I will not cast pearls into swine or whatever. Do not give dogs what is holy, and do not throw your pearls before swine, lest they trample them underfoot and turn to attack you. So that's in Matthew. Yeah, so I get so many Christians in my replies basically saying, I won't even debate people who want to debate with me because I would be casting pearls before swine. And it's like, have you ever questioned your belief system? Have you ever had a critical conversation about, like, is the Bible even real? Is the Bible historically accurate? Or is Bible a book of nice stories and nice myths and nice lessons and things like that? And it's like, bro, you know what? You know what will get you banned on my channel? This will get you banned on my channel. Go away. Stop doing that. The CQ is the Christian question. There's a group of guys that they do these spaces on Twitter almost every night called the Christian question spaces. And listen, if you're a Christian, go and just listen to them. You don't have to participate. You don't have to debate them or anything, but just go and listen. You can even listen anonymously. You don't have to say your name or anything like that. But the fact that the Bible, like, literally teaches people, don't debate with anyone. I'm like, can your ideas really hold up then? Or is there a reason that you don't want people to debate this? Because I can defend my beliefs. Like, I'll debate anyone about my beliefs, and at the end of the day, it's kind of like, I'll say, okay, well, I believe what I believe. You can believe what you believe. I don't really care. But can I cast pearls before beautiful anti-communist buzz ladies who drink beer? Yes, you can. Yes, you can, William. Yes, you can, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
People or their Zionist agenda. Otherwise, the punishment for violation of the Noahide laws in the Messianic age is capital punishment.
And that's before, like, don't kill, don't
capital
steal.
punishment.
Right. That's before all those.
We're all going to die.
Interesting.
It's going to be awful. It's
Okay,
over.
we have a few more, it looks like. We'll get into some other topics. Explain to your audience how Christian anti-Semitism work in the Jews' favor and how to keep them together as a collective.
Right. So when Jews are in largely Christian nations or Muslim nations, it works to prevent them from assimilating, because the Christians are like, you're a Jew, you rejected Jesus, you killed Jesus, right? So then that Christianity and Islam also keep Jews locked into their branch of Abrahamism, because like one reason Jews have so much like rabbis have so much confidence that their prophecies are gonna unfold and they're gonna come out on top is because the opposition against them is led by Muslims and Christians, like just like the plan foretold. And how does it keep it? So it stops them from assimilating, and it reinforces their Judaism and keeps them believing. Like, I can't tell you how many rabbis I've seen that like one of the biggest reasons they believe that Judaism is true is because Christianity and Islam persecute them. And because if all the Gentiles of Christians and Muslims believe their Torah is true and believe their prophets, then that makes Jews also believe it's true. So it's like they're all kind of codependents, enabling each other in this Abrahamic prophecy, like mind control delusion. That's
they're definitely like cousins of each other, the religions.
Mm-hmm.
But
right.
Why do you go after Christianity harder than Islam? Is it because they were in the U.S. and it's mostly Christian nation, or?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Is our country ran by Muslims? Did I grow up going to a mosque? Like,
I figured I should ask that question
really
just
why,
because, because I noticed you go way harder after Christianity, but there's obviously a much more of a Christian nation than an Islamic nation.
Yeah, I know way more. I've been focusing. Maybe the next book, maybe the next few years will be about Islam, but also I don't care as much because, and a lot of my people aren't Muslims. If a bunch of white people were Muslims, then I would be focusing on it more. But I have in the spaces engaged in debates with Muslims, and they act almost identical to Christians with a lot of their copes and a lot of their debate tactics. And I do go hard on them as well, maybe even harder sometimes.
Have you had any threats from the Muslims or no? As long as you don't draw Muhammad,
I don't
you're good.
necessarily know if it comes from a Muslim or not sometimes, but I've had a lot of Muslims like talk shit and lie about me.
Yeah, but just don't draw Muhammad. Okay, we have a few more. I'm surprised. Mostly, I thought it was me talking shit. Mostly not. Let's see, where was I? Thanks for having the balls to have a conversation. Guest with Adam is a wealth of information on the Jesus deception. Great show. Thank you. Thanks for having Adam on. I'm surprised everyone's being positive. Handsome Truth 1488.
Handsome
What's
Truth.
He gonna say? Adam is right. I used to call him a Jew because I was under the spell of Rabbi Jesus. He's not a Jew, but Jesus and his apostles were. Jake, you better get me on. I'm going to kick your ass. Handsome Truth.
That is such an HT chat. It's not even funny. I have come to appreciate HT, Handsome Truth, in ways that I didn't expect to. It's kind of an interesting thing because HT, and if you don't know who he is, you don't know who he is, and that's fine. HT is like an outrageous character. HT is like a caricature of a caricature. In terms of like racist Nazis, like he is a caricature of a caricature of racist Nazis. But he's fucking hilarious. I I just can't. I can't even. Thug Life Larry, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate it. HT is a caricature of racist Nazis, but he's hilarious, and I have just like he is endearing, and I have nothing else to say.
He's a maniac. But actually,
no, it is true though. There's been a lot of former Christians that would attack me and lie about me, and then they would hate watch, and then they start realizing that I'm telling the truth and that I'm right. That's happened many times with a lot of my.
Yep, so true, so true. Maria, if you ever want to have a discussion with someone who has gone in and out of it, it is intellectually honest, but is more C.S. Lewis tradition and accepts and respects doubt. I'd be into it like an AMA. Hey, maybe Maria, maybe. Well, maybe we'll have you on Dis and Rage sometime. That might be neat. Appreciate it.
Followers are actually former Christians like that, so that is a very common thing.
I know Handsome Truth has recently really taken up the fight against Christianity.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Like once you realize the bottom of the JQ is the CQ, and that the biggest JQ is the Jesus question, then it's the same thing happened to me. A lot of people, once you see it and you realize like how this is, in my view, it's like the biggest lie of the last 2,000 years. The most influential person of all time. He led the two biggest religions in the world, and he's a mythological Jew that never existed.
Listen, I think that both Adam and Nick are handsome, okay? Adam is handsome in his way. Nick is also very handsome. Nick gave me one of the greatest moments of my political life, and this is not an exaggeration. I'm at AFPAC. I hadn't gotten near Nick. Nick was the one, Nick and his like team, whatever, they invited me to AFPAC to be a VIP. The week before AFPAC, Lucas Gage starts shit with me on Twitter and starts being an asshole. Okay. So I go to AFPAC and I'm kind of walking into this like VIP event at AFPAC. And I'm like, do I even want to be here? They all hate me. This all sucks. And so the reason I bring this up is Nick was at AFPAC in like the VIP area. And between me and Nick was Lucas Gage and his friends. And I was like, I'm not going anywhere near Lucas Gage. Lucas Gage has spent the last fucking week attacking me on Twitter for no good fucking reason. And so I just hung back in the bar at AFPAC and I kind of hung out with the Groypers and I made friends and stuff like that. But I didn't see Nick the entire night. And I was a little disappointed in that because I wanted to have a chat with Nick. I did, but I just didn't get close to him because Lucas fucking Gage was standing between Nick and I was like, I'm not going anywhere near Lucas Gage. That is not happening. So I just kind of hung out and did my thing and whatever, and I had a great time and there was no issue with it. Well, so AFPAC ends because the bar kicked us out. And it was great when the bar kicked us out. The black bouncers got so pissed off because the Groypers, oh shit, it's all coming back to me now. So what happened is Jared Taylor got up and did a speech. And I don't like Jared Taylor. I don't care about Jared Taylor at all. But Jared Taylor got up and did a speech. And during Jared Taylor's speech at AFPAC, all of the Groypers started chanting, whites, 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 whites. And so the club we were at, the bouncers at the club and everyone apparently running the club was black. And they didn't like, and by the way, you could hear everything going on in this club on the street level. So everyone that was just like walking by on the sidewalk, because we were basically out on like an open air patio, every single person could hear this room full of people chanting, whites, whites, whites. And so what happened was the black people running the bar got all pissed off and they stomped through the bar and they were like, move, move, move. The black bouncers were stomping through the bar going, move, move, move. And they were like pushing everyone out of their way. And they were stomping up to the stage because they were basically shutting down the event because the groypers had chanted whites, whites, whites. And so then one of the bouncers jumped off the stage and punched Sneeko in the mouth, and that was awesome, actually. And then at the end of the night, I'm standing in the back of the bar. Here's where the story gets good, okay? At the end of the night, I'm standing in the back of the bar. And they're ushering Nick out. Nick is leaving the bar. And Nick is being ushered out of the bar by security. And so Nick goes by me. He walks by me. And he sees me. And we make eye contact for like a second. And then Nick broke away from his security that was trying to get him out of the bar. And he came over and he gave me a quick hug. And then he was ushered out of the bar by security. So I got like the fastest Nick Fuentes hug in like history. But it was also awesome just because of like the circumstances of it all. Like Nick is being taken out of the bar by security and he breaks away to come over and give me a quick hug. Like how cool is that? And I'm sorry, Nick is not short. Nick is absolutely not short. He's good looking in person. He had a great suit on. I have no issue with that at all. And it was awesome. And so, well, I do think that Adam is very handsome because he's 6'4" and blonde and looks like a Viking, and he's very handsome and no one can take that away from him. I also do think that Nick Fuentes is very handsome and charismatic, and I appreciated that. So that is my story, and that is my position, and I'm sticking to it, and I'm not choosing between the two. I'm absolutely not choosing between the two. I like Nick, and I like Adam, and that's just the way it is.
And was created by a sect of Jews to with the purpose to conquer the nations. Oh, and in the Psalms of Solomon, another pre-Christian text, it says he will rule with the rod of his mouth. Without an army, he will rule with his teachings. They couldn't win on the battlefield against the Romans. They were occupied and conquered, their temple destroyed by the Romans. They couldn't beat them militarily. And so their military political Messiah wasn't going to come. So they instead fought theologically. They fought on the battlefield of theology.
Deception.
Yeah, true, Marion.
Yeah,
true.
And they couldn't win on the battlefield, so they won theologically. The pen is mightier than the sword, and then they like infiltrated within. And the whole goal was to have the Messiah conquer Rome and the nations, and then with Christianity, they're all bowing down to the Messiah of Judaism.
Yeah, this isn't gonna do anything. Everyone knows this, right? I posted a video about this earlier today. To be serious for a second, hang on. I posted a video about this earlier today. You can find it on YouTube or Substack or Twitter, I think. Nothing is going to happen with this. This is not going to impact Antifa at all in any way. Because Pam Bondi doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. And I promise you this is not going to work. Okay, sorry, Mr. Super Chat. Hang on. Where did you send a super chat? Did you send it to like Power Chat or something? No. You did not miss you. I didn't. Where did you super chat? You didn't super chat here. Anyway. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, you guys can't even see this. What am I doing? I'm listening to the thing. I'm watching the video. You guys can't even fucking see this shit. My B, you guys can see the power chats for some reason. Dang. See, I'm drunk. I wasn't even looking at I wasn't even looking at the fucking stream. I wasn't even looking at the stream. I was
But
just
Solomon,
looking at the
another
stream.
pre-Christian text,
Damn.
it says he will rule with the rod of his mouth. Without an army, he will rule with his teachings. They couldn't win on the battlefield against the Romans. They were occupied and conquered.
See, everyone is just, no one's actually watching the video. Everyone's just like listening. And I was actually watching the video. I was just doing it in a different browser. I wasn't paying attention to StreamYard. Okay, well, you guys saw my power chats. Whatever. It's not that big a deal.
Temple destroyed by the Romans. They couldn't beat them militarily, and so their military political messiah wasn't going to come. So they instead fought theologically. They fought on the battlefield of theology.
Yeah,
deception.
it's over.
Yeah, and they couldn't win on the battlefield, so they won theologically. The pen is mightier than the sword, and then they like infiltrated within, and the whole goal was to have the Messiah conquer.
Hey, Dragon Ball says, going back, that was an endearing Nick story and deserves to be in a Queen fascist memoirs. Yes, someday when I write my memoirs, which my memoirs will be called My Struggle. That is exactly what my memoirs are going to be called, and there's just no other title that makes sense. I will tell the story of Nick Fuentes giving me a hug at AFPAC in my memoirs, My Struggle.
For Rome and the nations, and then with Christianity, they're all bowing down to the Messiah of Judaism. Like, mission accomplished. Greatest in that sense. It is the greatest psyop because it's a psychological operation. Religion targets people's psychology through this like this magic trick that they have prophecy, the power of prophecy, which is so simple to explain. They had prophecies. Some Jews wrote new stories fulfilling prophecies. And if you read the Gospels, it makes it so clear. It goes, and then this happened, so this prophecy could be fulfilled. Mm-hmm. And then Jesus said this, so this scripture could be fulfilled. And as the prophet foretold, Jesus did this. Like, top to bottom, everything about it is all just some retelling of a prophecy.
Mm-hmm. Just real quick, since I was from Handsome Truth, do you know Handsome? Do you know him, or just do you watch your show, or do you guys personally know each other, or no?
I've known him for years. We had a falling out years ago, and then he was hate watching. I would talk trash about him for basically being a low IQ anti-Semite with all the Christian stuff, and then he was hate watching and realized that I was right, and he realized Christianity is a Jewish myth.
Yeah, I think he goes extreme sometimes, but I actually like the guy. I don't know him well, but had some fun conversations. Supposed to have him on my show sometime. He goes so extreme sometimes.
I would love to see Handsome Truth on Jake Shields. That would be hilarious. If you guys haven't seen Handsome Truth, listen. Handsome Truth is like, so I'm really into horror movies. Listen, this is what happens on Friday Happy Hour. I get drunk and we talk about things that are not related. Is anyone else into horror movies in the chat? Is there anyone in the chat, like one in the chat if you're just like into horror movies? Because I'm really into horror movies. I think that horror movies are like the only movie worth watching. I particularly love found footage movies. Found footage movies are my favorite. I also really like torture porn movies because I feel like the more torture porny it is, the harder it is to watch. I'm like just totally fucking into it for some reason. I love that shit. Handsome Truth is like the Sallow of internet racists. Handsome Truth is like, if you haven't seen Sallow, like not even Hostel 2, not even like Sallow, yes, Sallow. Sallow goes beyond any torture porn movie that has ever been made. Sallow is so bad, I couldn't even finish it, and I tried, and I love that type of movie, but I had to tap out at some point. Yeah, I love American Psycho. I love all the Saw movies. The Saw movies are great. I love the Rob Zombie movies. I love them, but Sallow was too much for me. Handsome Truth, if you've never heard him, is like the Sallow of internet racists, where he goes way far to the extreme. But there's something I love about it because I'm kind of like, when I'm watching Handsome Truth, I'm like, should I be watching this? Should I be amused by this? Like, I feel bad in being, I feel like a bad person for being like entertained by Handsome Truth, in the same way that I feel like a bad person because when I watch a really bloody horror movie where someone gets a limb cut off, I'm like, oh, I'm like, this is great. I'm like, this is exactly what I want. I want the most bloody. I want to watch fucking Cannibal Holocaust where they kill the turtle, and that was actually a real turtle that they killed, and that was a real thing. I kind of want to watch Cannibal Holocaust tonight. Cannibal Holocaust is a fucking amazing torture porn movie. But it's gross and it's awful, and there are times in Cannibal Holocaust where you're gonna be like, no, I don't want to watch this. And Handsome Truth is the same way. He is the Cannibal Holocaust Sallow of internet racists. And for that reason, I kind of love him because he's like a type of entertainment that like no one really needs that type of entertainment, but I kind of need that type of entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Because I study socialists for a living, guys. I'm fucked in the head. You guys understand that, right? I study socialists for a living. I study the most dystopian of the dystopian for a living. It is an obsession. And so I don't think anyone is surprised when I tell you that I really like horror movies and torture porn. Yeah, The Green Inferno. The Green Inferno is an homage to Cannibal Holocaust. Uh-huh. Anyway.
It was like, oh my God, I can't defend that. But
Right.
I really like conversations
I
with him.
say the same thing.
But no, again, it's a guy I'll have on my show, I guess. I told him I would, so I got to keep my word. But it's he's done a couple things, and I'm like, oh my God, why'd you do that? But he's done some great things too, like you know, the flyers.
He's funny. He's definitely a comedian. He's yeah.
No, I agree. I think people kind of missed the humor. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to defend a few of the things he's done, but there's a huge humor aspect to it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he spread some great information, like all those flyers and everything they're handing out.
Yeah, well, I've got some issues with some of the stuff on the flyers, but I think his heart was in the right place. He was trying to spread awareness.
You just think some of the things are wrong, or what are your issues?
Well, there was a lot of like synagogue of Satan and like, you know, some religious stuff that I think does more harm than good and actually, you know, just gives them the victim status. So basically that part, the religious aspects.
Well, they also might have been trying to use that to pass like hate speech laws in Florida and stuff. Right.
That was my criticism.
Yeah, I'm not going to blame him for that, but they were trying to use that, you know, the flyers, this. Did he go I think he went to jail for handing out flyers.
And if you notice, since like in the last 6 months or so, I'm not sure how long it's been that he's been going hard on Christianity.
Listen, I have not seen Terrifier, but I promise you I will watch it. If you guys are, I see multiple people in the chat recommending it. I have no idea what it is because I honestly haven't been like into movies lately, so I haven't watched a lot of movies lately. But if you guys are telling me to watch this movie, I will watch this movie.
He's been ignored by the media. They used to give him lots of attention. Now he's ignored by the media. And now all the people that used to be his friends, his Christian friends, are all making up lies and calling him Mexican and stuff and attacking him. The knives are coming out. And he doesn't go viral at all like he used to. He used to have clips, and his account blew up to like almost 100,000 followers. And then now that he's going anti-Christian, it's like the Abrahamic echo chamber is suppressing him, and
wow.
people are you know, not sharing like they did before clips.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot less of them. I think it's tricky, you know, when most people follow him are probably Christian too. So he believes it, so he has to share it. But when you're going against your audience, it's that's why I would think maybe there could be a way to make an anti make him not a Jew. I don't know the answer to this. I'm not religious. I'm not the person to lead that charge. It just seems like counterproductive.
Yeah, I'm just
some aspects.
Terrifier is about a clown. Do you guys know what one of the greatest movies of all time is? Pop quiz for the chat. What is the greatest movie of all time related to clowns? We're going to see who really understands me on this channel. What is the greatest movie of all time related to Killer Clowns? Yes. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. The greatest movie of all time. Actually, it is also a great movie, Tommy. I agree with that. But Killer Clowns from Outer Space is the winner. Killer Clowns, best clown movie of all time. It is also a great movie. Actually, the original It is obviously the most superior of all movies, but even the remake, I was not convinced by the remake with part 1. But part 2 of the remake, I felt really held up to it. And so it is actually a great movie. It with Tim Curry is obviously the peak. You know what? There is a scene in A House of a Thousand Corpses. It's one of my favorite scenes in all of horror movies. Do you know the scene in House of a Thousand Corpses where that one guy has a gun and he's pointing it at the other guy and the camera just pans back, and it pans back for an uncomfortable amount of time. And they're just sitting there with this one guy has a gun and he's pointing it at the other guy, and the camera just pans back and back and back and back and back and back for just a really uncomfortable period of time. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's one of the greatest scenes in the history of horror movies, because I remember seeing this in the theater. I saw fucking House of a Thousand Corpses in the theater when it came out. That's how old I am. And I remember just sitting there during that scene going, because it's so good. Yeah, when they're standing in the yard with the cop. Exactly. It's so fucking good. I fucking love movies like that just they get you into every moment of that movie. Hostel is a great movie. I love the entire Hostel series. Obviously, the first one is the best because you just don't even know what you're getting into. I thought the second one was pretty good. The third one, it was all right. It was fine. But the first one was definitely the best. Oh, not even, bro. Not even. But thank you for underestimating my age. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's just like when you learn that it's a myth, and like the verses that inspired the myth, and the verses that like I've been showing you, every one of them about all the nations, the Goyim bowing down to the Messiah. When you see all of those, you could see how it started as a heavenly figure. The next question is, okay, well, if he didn't exist, if a magical comic book superhero didn't walk the earth and fulfill all these prophecies, who made him up and why? That's the big question. Who made him up and why? And then it's very clear. You just read the verses. It was a sect of Jews that wanted their Messiah to rule over the nations. And
it was a sect of Jews that wanted their Messiah to rule over the nations. Oh, how old do you think I am? Pop quiz for the chat. How old am I actually? No, don't, no. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about Human Centipede. No. I'm spraying you with the spray bottle in the face. Yeah, I'm 44. Yeah, I'm 44. That's the real age. Yep, that's the real age. Yeah, yeah, okay. Whatever.
And they succeeded. Yeah, and now look really where we're at today. We've had Christianity's been the #1 religion today throughout the world for 1700 years. And look at Jews today. They got their state of Israel. They're dominating America through religion and lobbying and other things. And they've got more power than ever. They've got nukes. They've got us on the verge of all these apocalyptic wars. They've got their tech supremacy, right?
How old do I think you are, Imalek? I think you're in your 30s. I don't know exactly how old you are. I think you might be around 33 to 35, something like that. I don't know, though.
So Christianity has led us to here. And now they're still pushing it. They're in power and they're still pushing it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying it's very apparent
I was right.
Our country.
I was right.
I haven't studied the religion, the religion rabbit hole. I'll have to go down this, but it's very apparent through like the APACs, the media, Hollywood. They came and completely taken over the country. Our politicians are way more loyal to Israel than America. So that's bothered me. Like, I mean, this is something I've known a little bit about for like 3 or 4 years, but the last 2 years, just how extreme and how apparent it is was just like mind blowing.
Yeah. October 7th, everybody started paying attention, especially October 7th. It became too big to hide anymore. And it's not just the lobbying, it's not just
On the
APEC, it's not just Epstein or blackmail stuff. They elevate, it's all the Christian voters. It's the Christian mega churches.
So real. So real.
They elevate and they support sincere believers that really do believe in Bible. They really do believe the Jews are God's chosen people. They believe it's the Holy Land. And then that's why when you have, like, I think it's 8 or 9 out of 10 in Congress identifies as a Christian, it's easy to see why we are where we are, captured by this religion.
No, there is something to what you're saying. I don't fully agree with you, but there's some aspects to it. Like when I see these Christians calling Jews God's chosen people, like how could you sit there and call another faith of people the chosen people? It's insanity to me.
I firmly believe that Adam is going to get Jake Shields to turn. I firmly believe that if Adam just keeps... Look, Adam even knows it too. Adam fucking knows. Look at that shit-eating grin on Adam's face. Adam knows that he's going to get Jake Shields to turn one day. He just needs to be patient, and he just needs to keep, like, bringing this stuff up to Jake and being very, like, pragmatic in his approach and focusing on the evidence. Adam fucking knows he's gonna get Jake Shields to turn. Because Jake is not religious. He's not devout. I think he looks at information and he goes, oh, that's interesting. And I think if Adam just presents the information to him in the right way, then Jake Shields is absolutely going to green pill and he's going to be on Adam's side. Ah, shit.
Think of a greater psyop in the world. This group of people in the Middle East, they invent a God that chose them, and then they convince half the world to believe that their covenant is real and that they were really chosen. Why grant them? And then wonder why they have so much power. They're elevated to like a divine status. Even with Christianity, the Christians... yeah?
I would say, could you argue that instead that maybe religion was already here and they went in and hijacked it and changed it around? I know people will try arguing the Schofield Bible and stuff like that. Like they,
no. So I thought you meant Judaism. Yeah, Judaism was not original. They copied it from the Zoroastrians and from the Egyptians and from the Canaanites and Greek influence also. So it really was like Judaism was started on Plato's noble lie, the idea that you have a foundational myth, that you lie to everybody to keep them under control. And then Christianity was just a branch extension to the Gentile world of that lie. But as far as the Schofield thing is largely a cope. It's the same. It's not even a different translation. It's just the normal King James version. And there were already pro-Israel people before this. It's not like all of a sudden everybody started thinking Jesus was Jewish after Schofield. They've always known that he was Jewish and the King of the Jews.
Yeah, there's a little something to it though, right? Because he put some notes.
It did change. It's like they subverted a subversion a little more. That's all that happened.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't have been possible without the original subversion of having all these Bible believers. And really all the Schofield Bible it's a reference Bible with footnotes. So you're trying to tell me like a couple little footnotes is all it took to completely subvert God's word, and like it just can't be overcome. It's largely a cope to avoid the fact that Christianity was like, they go, oh, the Bible was subverted by Jews. It's like, no, it was written by Jews from the beginning.
Yeah, interesting. All right, I got a few more of these super chats.
Always time for Milk Insider.
We got a decent amount of these.
Are they coming through? Let's see, we got more viewers on.
Keep up the great work, Adam.
Rumble.
You woke me up from the Christianity deception, and I can't thank you enough. Thanks for having him on. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We must save the white race. We can't go extinct. Exposing the Abrahamic lie is the key to this. Please read The Darkening Age by Catherine Nixie. Anyone who is pro-white must read it. I don't know that work. Do you?
Yeah, I do. It's a really good book. It shows you how through Christianity, how they work to destroy the ancient world and philosophy and architecture and temples and all the gods. And then you see on the cover, it's a statue with the nose broken off. That's what the Christians did. They'd go around all the ancient pagan statues. They'd break off the noses. And it literally says in the Talmud, that's what you're supposed to do. The Christians follow.
Christianity was designed to turn people against. Oh, sorry. This is a horrible freeze frame for Adam. We're not going to do him dirty. Hang on. We're going to find a better freeze frame. Better. Actually, you know what? That's actually probably the best one because you can see the book. No offense to Adam. But like Christianity was designed to fundamentally wall people off to these other belief systems. And that's why it's fucked. It's like Christianity, like not only, it wasn't good. If Christianity was really the way, the truth, and the light, it's like it wasn't good enough for it to be the obvious way in God's will and all that stuff. They had to destroy other belief systems. If your belief system has to destroy other belief systems in order to be accepted by the populace, then it's probably not true. Because if you need to destroy other things for your thing to be true, then why is that? Because if your thing was actually just innately truth, then people would gravitate to that, and you would have faith that people would gravitate to that, because that would be our fundamental human nature.
Off. That's what the Christians did. They'd go around all the ancient pagan statues, they'd break off the noses, and it literally says in the Talmud, that's what you're supposed to do. The Christians followed the Talmudic law of breaking off the nose of our pagan statues of our ancestors in order to remove their idolatry.
Why do they break off the nose? Just to like...
Because it says in the Talmud, it explains that breaking off a nose removes like the magical idolatry nature of a statue.
Interesting. I've never heard this.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple more of these. Where were we? I'm getting mixed up. Okay. I was a devoted Russian Orthodox Christian before. I hate watched Adam, and he woke me up from the spell. The proof is irrefutable. Why don't you look into it? I'm surprised these are mostly positive. That was mostly negative. This is Pure Blood and X. I watched Adam for 7 years before finally throwing in the Jesus towel. Yeah, much more.
7 years it took. Wow.
Wow.
You know what the biggest thing is? I didn't show any of these verses with you, but I briefly mentioned it. Once people realize that Paul never knew Jesus and that he outright says that he learned about him not from any man. He said, no man taught it to me. He learned about it from reading scripture.
Fascist New World Order. Fancy seeing you here. What did you do to get banned in Big Text Chat? Because I heard you got banned from Big Text Chat, and I'm just actually curious about this. What did you actually do to get banned in Big Text Chat? I will unban you if you tell me the correct answer.
Scripture and Revelations. So,
in fact, Fascist New World Order is probably already unbanned on YouTube. Well, but you were banned. I know you're not banned now. Okay, fine. But like you were banned, and I want to know what you did to get banned. Yeah, well, just because, you know what, Adam doesn't always have the best taste, all right? Adam is a trusting guy, and, you know, Big Tech hasn't fucked over Adam in the way that he fucked over me. But you know, whatever. I don't actually care. But I do want to know why you actually got banned. I'm actually curious.
Like visions. And he says like he was manifested through the scriptures. I've got so many different verses right. I could show. I could go.
Oh, that's right. I heard about this. Big Tech converted to Christianity. Yeah, I'm sure that's real. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I said everyone always used to get married in their early teens and raise. Oh, you talked about the age of consent. Okay, I understand. All right, we got another power chat. Hang on, I have my power chat right here. Hang on. Owls are cool. Power chat. It's frustrating when I hear Native Americans and other activists call Jesus the white man God, when in reality, when you take away the wall that is Christianity, Europeans have a lot in common with them. Reverence for nature is surface level 1. Yeah, I mean, listen, Jesus, can we just say Jesus was not white? Everyone knows that, right? Jesus wasn't actually white. So that doesn't make sense. Like, and I'm not one to care about the race stuff all that much, but like, Jesus just was not white. And so calling Jesus the white man's God, like, he wasn't, though, all I'm saying. Big Tech does not care for ideas. I think he cares about ideas when it's convenient for him to care about ideas.
2 hours showing you all the verses.
I found the Paul thing
of the earliest layers.
Nothing I've studied, but that one surprised me. We'll read a couple of these and we'll talk for a few minutes and finish up with them. Adam's a man, been watching his content since 2018. Thanks for having him on for the discussion. Thank you. Does Adam think Hinduism is closer to European people than Christianity is due to the Aryan origin?
No, I'm not big into the Aryan stuff. My understanding.
Hang on. Dragon Ball says, hang on. Oh, that wasn't Dragon Balls. This is Dragon Balls. There we go. BT is a manipulative douche who wears fake hair glued to a hat or headphones and exists in a filtered Shadowland. Well, he doesn't exist in the Shadowland anymore. He has come out of the Shadowland, apparently. And he exists in real life now. And he doesn't wear fake hair anymore either. But is he a manipulative douche? I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I think he can be. Oh no, you have the Big Tech song in your head now? Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Big Tech won't talk to me. He's giving me the silent treatment, so it doesn't matter. Whatever.
Because a lot of that is a little pseudo-science-y. But no, there's a meme. We was Jeets, like saying that whites are Aryans and we come from like India or something like that, right? We was Jeets. No, I don't believe that. I feel like the science, like Plato and the Greeks and the Romans, and when you think of pagans, don't think of like, Vikings dancing around a tree in the woods. Think of like high level science and philosophy.
I'm probably going to regret saying this when I'm sober, but this whole silent treatment thing really does fucking piss me off. It pisses me. I'm okay. Hang on. This is a bad freeze frame for Adam. We're not going to do Adam dirty. Hang on. I need a better freeze frame for Adam. One where his camera isn't. Come on, just give me a freeze frame where Adam's camera is not messing up. Why is Adam's camera suck? Okay, there it goes. Okay, fine. I don't know, man. This whole silent treatment thing really pisses me off on the part of Big Tech, and it's kind of like, well, I'm just like, okay, bro, like whatever. I don't think he's a fucking Pisces is the thing. Like he's a fucking fish that swims around, does whatever the fuck he wants. And he gets so close to what he wants, and then he swims away because he's a fucking Pisces. And I wouldn't say he plays with my feelings because he doesn't, but it's just kind of like, it's more annoying than anything. It's like, okay, here's something that could be awesome and cool and fun. And just like, cool, I don't know. And then he goes and fucks it up for no good reason. And so, I don't know. I think the whole thing is just sucks, and I don't really want to talk about it. Oh, Big Tech annoys you sometimes? Yeah, why does Big Tech annoy you? Can we just have a giant therapy session about this? Because that's really the best thing that could happen on the internet right now. That's definitely a good fucking idea. Can we just have a giant therapy session about all our feelings about Big Tech? Oh, I have a lot of feelings, I'll tell you. No, I actually don't. I've worked them out. Whatever. He can go be on Kick. And whatever.
Board, where the whole world's like hating, turning on him. Do you think it's just like they're like too overconfident, or what do you think's going on with Israel?
The sickest thing is you said the whole world's turning on them. This is actually what they want. This is what their prophecies foretold, is that all the nations would turn against them in the end time. That the nations would come. I've seen so many rabbis say this. The nations will come and they'll try to take away the Holy Land. And this is exactly what we're seeing in the last 2 days. We have all these Western countries that are recognizing Palestinian statehood. The Jews are not going to take this lightly. They're going to say, this is your.
If you don't know who Big Tech is, don't worry about it. It's not worth even talking about. Hey guys, guess what? I have reached beer number 4 of the day. It is a rare day when I actually have 4 beers, but we have reached our pumpkin beer. And it's going to be great. And we're going to finish the stream, and I'm going to get really drunk, and it's going to be awesome. Don't worry about it. Listen, if you don't know, you don't know. And if you do know, you do know. Not yet. Not yet. We'll work on that, though. It is, considering I don't drink that much. Anyway, we have 30 minutes to go. We have 30 minutes to go in this interview. I have 1 beer left. And it is a pumpkin beer from Jack's Abbey. And we're going to see how this goes.
Trying to divide the land of Israel, and this is foretold. And there's also, they believe in the, from Ezekiel 38 and 39, the Gog and Magog war, which is Edom in the west, which they view as America and Europe, versus Russia and Iran, and then also China. And that's like, you know, Trump just said today with Zelensky, he said, yeah, bomb bomb Russian planes that come into your airspace. They're going to shoot them down. And he said that they're going to get their land back now too. So the war with Ukraine and Russia is back on. The rabbis and Christian Zionists have been viewing Russia as Gog in their big end times war versus the West for a long time. Iran also. So, you know, October 7th happened. They want to take Gaza. I called that from the beginning. I said, they're taking all of it. They're going to blow it all up and then take it and rebuild it. That's exactly what Trump's doing.
They're doing it right now.
And then now there's all this talk about a peace deal and a two-state solution with the West Bank. And now we're seeing that unfolding. And all the Western leaders besides Trump is for it. And he's dragging his feet and he's regurgitating the Israeli talking point that it's just you're rewarding Hamas if you allow Palestinian statehood. But if Trump does cave on this situation, which,
by the way, I'm just going to say this too about Trump. If you haven't watched my video about why Trump's domestic terrorism thing is not going to work yet, you need to watch that video. Because the reason that Trump's domestic terrorism like memo that he released yesterday is not going to work on Antifa is Trump isn't even going after Antifa in that memo. Trump is going after the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which is not Antifa. And the reason that Trump is going after the Party for Socialism and Liberation, does anyone want to guess the reason? Does anyone want to guess the reason that instead of going after Antifa with his domestic terrorism order, he's going after the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which isn't good, by the way. I don't like the PSL, but the PSL is not Antifa, and Antifa is not the PSL. They're two different groups. So why is Trump, pop quiz for the chat, why is Trump going after the Party for Socialism and Liberation? Because of fucking Israel. The reason that Trump is going after the Party for Socialism and Liberation is because the person who shot the two Jews outside of the Israeli embassy a couple months back, they once attended a protest with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And so the Party for Socialism and Liberation is directly connected to this like assassination that happened outside of the Israeli embassy. And because of that, Trump is pissed off at the Party for Socialism and Liberation. It's not because they're Antifa. It's not because they're doing violent riots, because they're not. They're annoying. The Party for Socialism and Liberation is annoying, and they're well funded by the CCP. But the reason Trump is going after the PSL is Israel, because the PSL is tied to the person who shot the two Jews outside of the Israeli embassy. That's why. I'm just saying.
Netanyahu's coming to the White House next week to discuss this. If he does, it's going to be Trump betrayed America and the West betrayed Israel. And then that's when shit is going to get really dangerous. That's when there's going to be a false flag. That's when there's going to be some big attack or a war is going to escalate. Because these guys are apocalyptic psychos that want to have an end times war,
real.
that they think they're going to win. They're trusting the plan.
Psychos.
They think God's going to intervene and protect them, and that the East and the West are just going to destroy each other, and that they're going to emerge triumphant in the end. That's the plan if they have their way. Mm-hmm.
No, the arrogance is insane. And do you think Trump like believes them, or he's bought by them, or fears them, or maybe a mix of it
all three, probably? Yeah, bought, fears, and just likes the power and the awards they give him. I'd say it's a combo of all three.
All right,
he
I'll
just
be right
said
back.
today when he was arguing with Macron about Palestine, he says he was always been a pro-Israel guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he has. His dad before him in
exactly.
the 80s was friends with Netanyahu. His dad was investing in Israeli bonds. His dad was donating land for Orthodox synagogues in New York. Trump got the Tree of Life award, Tree of Life, like the Kabbalistic Tree of Life from the JNF, the Jewish National Fund, in the early 80s. He was bailed out by the Rothschilds in I think the early 90s, 1990 or 92. Rothschild banker bailed him out, and they said he's worth more to us dead than alive. And then now he's riding this MAGA Christian Zionist. He's getting all the top awards from the rabbis, like calling him the Prince of Peace from Isaiah 9, which means he's like the Messiah, basically. They're saying his name equals the Messiah. You know, he's calling himself the King of Israel. So he's really trying to play into that QAnon messianic, saved by God from the assassination to save the world and save Israel and save Christendom. And now we're having the Christian revival, and he's ready to go MAGA, Zion Don, MAGA King mode and crack down on anti-Semitism and radical left-wing groups. And it's all unfolding. And I've been predicting a lot of it ahead of the curve.
Yeah, he's been such a disappointment to me because I was a fan of his first like term or two, not major fan, but slight fan. I thought he was funny, but I didn't vote for him this last election because he was saying he was just over the top. Like everything he was saying was for Israel, for the Jews. Like every week he was going to a meeting. He's doing exactly what he said he'd do. When people are acting all surprised, like I can't believe he's doing this. Like exactly what he said he was going to do before. And back to your talking about
he betrayed me. I didn't vote for this. Remember, people were saying it's like were you not paying attention?
Yeah,
he did betray us some.
Israel harder. Yeah.
He said he was in the Ukraine war on day one. He didn't do that, so he betrayed us in some aspects. But yeah, with the Jewish stuff, he was over the top pro-Israel. The whole section.
He's keeping all of his president promises for Israel. Like, how many times did he say like Israel used to have total control over Congress, but not anymore? It's so sad. The squad, and elect me, and I'll give you control again.
I can't believe he said that, but I saw that very speech. I was like in shock that it wasn't a bigger deal. He said how they used to have complete control over Congress, and it's sad they don't have the same control they used to have over Congress. Talking about Israel and Jews, like, why would you want a foreign nation to have complete control over Congress? It's because he was at some Jewish only meeting, and he was sitting there telling them this, like being filmed, like right on the air, and it's just shocking. And earlier you mentioned his dad. His dad won all these Jewish awards. Trump's brother was in a Jewish fraternity. Stuff like that's a little bit odd.
Yeah,
I'm not sitting there saying he's a Jew, but he clearly he clearly is tied into him.
Oh yeah. That was one of his main talking points on his campaign was Israel doesn't have control over Congress like they used to. And he'd even say stuff. He'd do the meme and say, "Make Israel great again," or Israel. If he doesn't win, Israel won't survive. Or he'll say, we all have to love Israel more. Like, it's so over the top. Everybody sees it. And then I don't see how you can't put it together that Trump is pushing Jesus, and everybody around Trump and all the big Zionists around Trump are all pushing Jesus so hard. And then to be anti-Trump and anti-Israel and still think Jesus is the answer, it just boggles my mind. It just feels like everybody's taking crazy pills and I'm in the Twilight Zone, and everybody just is constantly fighting over the Jewish Messiah every day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think Trump's really a strong believer of Christianity and Jesus, but he 100% pushes it. I'm not going to disagree with that.
I don't think he's a believer at all. I think he thinks it's stupid, probably most likely. Did you like him at the Charlie Kirk thing? He's like, I don't love my enemies. I don't forgive my enemies. I hate them. I want them to be destroyed. He just defied Jesus's like top teaching in front of a whole stadium of people. That was pretty epic.
That's pretty funny. Like when she's like, "Oh, I forgive the killer." He's like, "I want them destroyed." But it's like, that type of stuff's funny. Like, were you ever a Trump supporter or no?
Because remember back 2015, I was still watching Alex Jones. I wasn't fully sure if he was like a Zionist agent, like people were accusing him of, but it was actually his support for Trump and having Jerome Corsi and promoting QAnon, and then saying stuff about Muslims in Palestine and shilling for Netanyahu. I finally realized, okay, that's enough. And I started exposing him on my YouTube channel very early on in like 2015, 2016.
Okay, so you're on him early.
So like very briefly, when I didn't know much about Trump, I was like, oh, what? He's criticizing the war in Iraq. He's talking about giving us the truth about 9/11. I maybe fell for it for like a week or two, and then started digging a little bit and seeing, oh wow, this guy's actually totally Zionist. And then I had my YouTube channel. I was making videos exposing Trump that were getting a lot of views for like his role with rabbis and Jared Kushner, and talking about his Jewish awards and them calling him the Messiah. So I was on Trump as like a Zionist puppet early in his first term. The very beginning.
Yeah, I didn't really follow politics. I just liked him because I was living in San Francisco, and then he just made people just so angry. So I just thought it was hilarious. That was the main reason I liked him. Not really
He
for
lived
politics.
in San Francisco?
It was just funny watching liberals just melt down over him. And I still like that part.
He is funny, and I see the appeal with him, especially like pushing back on how insane the leftists are. So I definitely see the appeal. I can see how everybody was desperate for him to like win and be the savior and bring retribution and like, you know, save the America and save the world. I can see why people see it that way. I just feel like it's too good to be true. And that's almost just like the narrative that's the dichotomy that they've got us all in, where it's like, it's either we're with the crazy leftist communist or we're with the Zionist and Trump. So like pick your poison.
I think
but one other thing I want to add, something important I want to add. There was a guy very critical of Jews. His name was Michael Collins Piper. He wrote the book Final Judgment about possible Mossad involvement in JFK. He wrote a book called The New Jerusalem, where he had a whole chapter in 2005, I believe he published this. Okay. Michael Collins Piper. I'm sure many in the chat have heard of him. He wrote a book called The New Jerusalem. He had a whole chapter about how Trump was a Zionist frontman in 2005. And he even predicted in that in another book called Judas Goats, meaning like false leaders of the controlled opposition, right? He talked about how Trump he predicted the Make America Great Again slogan that a guy like Trump would lead, and they would frame it as the American empire and Christendom, but it would really be controlled by Zionists. I could pull up the exact quote actually, but some people were already on Trump all the way back in 2005. And he died in, I think, 2012, but it would have been amazing to see, you know, if he was still around, to see how that prediction panned out.
I think the Trump thing is like we really want someone or something to believe in. So people wanted like Trump as a savior. And then the fortunate reality is he's not. So it's been hard for these people. So like they can't let it go. Like if people get so mad at me when I first started criticizing Trump, it was insane. Like the level of like hatred. I mean, people still get mad at me about it, but not as bad as they used to be.
Yeah,
but
now everybody gets it. I made a really good meme for that, actually.
Listen, if people don't understand, okay, again, Adam, there we go, better. If people don't understand that Trump is completely cucked to Israel at this point, I don't even know what to tell you. Did you guys see today? By the way, did you guys see that at the UN today, when Benjamin Netanyahu got up to give a speech, everyone walked out? It was so great. Like every single person in the UN walked out as soon as Benjamin Netanyahu got up to give his speech. And it was so, do you guys see it? Let's just take a break for a second. I will show you this on Twitter. Hang on. I posted about this on Twitter because it was a deeply satisfying moment for me. I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. Hang on. Let me find it. Here it is. Watch this. Watch this.
Please order in the hall. Please order in the hall. Please order in the hall. Please order in the hall and please be seated.
Wait, look at that. Everyone walked out. Look at that.
Please order in the hall.
Israel has the entire world against them because of that asshole.
Please
it was just so
order
satisfying.
in the hall.
So satisfying. Hang on.
Please
Everyone's
order in the hall. Please order in the hall.
He's so fucking pissed. He's so pissed. But honestly, fuck that asshole. Fuck Bibi Netanyahu. And I fundamentally reject the fact that it's anti-Semitic to say fuck Bibi Netanyahu and fuck Israel, because it's not. I don't care if people are Jewish. Like, what did Jordan Peterson used to say? Jordan Peterson used to say, tell the truth. I don't give a flying fuck if people are Jewish. Fuck Bibi Netanyahu. fuck Israel, fuck the UN. Yeah, I actually agree with this. I agree with this too. But like, it is not anti-Semitic to say, fuck that asshole. Honestly, this guy is going to start World War III. This guy doesn't give a shit about any of us. This guy believes that we are obligated to do his bidding on behalf of Israel, and we are not. We are Americans, motherfucker. Anyway, back to this.
Yeah,
But
now
again,
everybody
first
gets
time I
it. I
criticized
made a
Trump,
really
I
good
lost,
meme for
thousands of
that,
followers.
actually. Yeah, you said everybody's
people
looking for I'm sorry, what?
A savior. Yeah, kind of. I mean, that obviously could relate into what we were talking about with Christianity. You know, people want like a savior, but I find people, they look at, him almost like Jesus. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Two comic book superheroes. Superman's really like based on a messianic figure. Jewish superheroes like Trump are not going to save us. I made this, I believe, in the first term of Trump.
Wow.
Also, so yeah, people are desperate, waiting around for a savior, trusting the plan, like QAnon, saving Israel for last. Like,
I think sometimes Adam gets too esoteric and his memes are like, I think, okay, here's what I actually think. I think Adam smokes too much weed. And I have great sympathy for that because I fucking love weed and I'm never giving it up and I don't care what people say. But like, I think Adam smokes too much weed, and I think sometimes the manifestations of that come out in a really weird way that not everyone gets off the bat. And I say this with all due respect. You know about William Donahue, Hidden Meanings? He taught that all the religious stories are symptomatic and teaching to meditate, chakras, healing, etc. Yeah, I'm definitely familiar with that, and I totally get that, and I agree with you. Thank you, Munchkin Queen.
it says Christianity is like the original trust the plan. And that's the problem also. This is another problem I have with even so-called anti-Zionist Christians. They still believe that like the Antichrist has to rule before Jesus returns.
Hang on, we got another super chat. Naruto, have you heard the alleged dispatched audio saying that Charlie Kirk didn't get an autopsy? I heard something about that, but honestly, I'm just not paying attention to the Charlie Kirk stuff anymore. I've moved on to like Antifa is slashing ISIS tires and attacking immigration facilities. And so like while I appreciate that it's really really weird that Charlie Kirk didn't get an autopsy, it's just not something I'm focused on, but thanks Naruto, I appreciate it.
And defeats the Antichrist. So when Israel returns to their land and they rebuild their nation and they anoint a Messiah and burn their red heifers and they build the temple,
the red heifers,
like, they go, oh, that's all satanic. But in a weird way, they need that to happen or else Jesus will never return. So they're against it, but in a weird, like paradoxical way, they actually kind of need it to happen.
Yeah, they can't have
and will be complacent.
Messiah without it.
Right? Jesus will not come. That's God's plan.
Adam King, not to mix up with you.
Oh, here we go.
Red heifer ashes. I don't know if that's true or not, but he had it like I think a Tim Pool and said they burned the red heifer. And I mean, he's obviously a guy who likes to, get himself out there. But
he's got him. That? He's top Moshiach contender. He's got the baggie of the red heifer ashes. He said he was going to roll them up in a spliff and smoke them with you and do some Jewish ritual. Did that ever happen?
Yeah, we were going to smoke on the show, but ended up not doing it. Dan Blazarian came down and got like mad at me that I was being too nice, and it was a shit
that
show.
Red heifer thing is so funny. Like they're having Jewish infighting over if the cow was like a kosher approved and a real sacrifice or not.
Oh my god!
But it's all superstitious nonsense. They burned up a cow. They have some ashes. That doesn't mean that anything magical is going to happen.
They killed a fucking cow and burned its body. Like, it's like, man. And that's magic. Everyone understands that, right? Like the magic in that the magic in that ceremony is not necessarily the killing of the cow. The killing of the cow is completely unnecessary. The magic in that ceremony is the belief of the participants in the ceremony that killing the cow matters. and that killing the cow was going to result in something. So it's the belief that if we do this, we get that. And if you collectivize that belief among enough people, if you do something, then something's going to happen. But you don't necessarily need to sacrifice a fucking cow in order for that to happen. You could just skip over the sacrifice of the cow and say, if I believe it, it is true. But because people are human beings and we're human beings having a spiritual experience. What the fuck is this? Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not very nice. Listen, I don't hate big tech. I don't have any animosity towards big tech. I just wish that big tech would stop giving me the silent treatment. But like, I don't hate him, so please don't do this. It doesn't, no, come on, that's gross, come on. But like, I'm saying that like, you don't actually need to sacrifice the cow in order to get what you want. You just need to believe that what you want is already available to you. But they convince themselves, you know who that is? Who is it? God, tell them to cut it out. I don't want to get in trouble. Oh, this dumbass chick just banned you off her channel. Bye. Bye, bro. Bye. You don't need to sacrifice the cow to get something. You just need to believe that that thing is already available to you. That's my only point. Yeah, that's... Oh, is this Marty? No. No. Is this Marty? Who is this? Do I know who this is? This has got to be Marty. This is Marty, right? This is Marty. Can you confirm that you're Marty? It's fucking Marty, isn't it? Wait. Oh no, you just got banned! Oh no, that's really rude, Marty. That's really rude. Oh no, you just got banned. Bye.
Nothing's going to happen unless
it is weird they're doing it.
It is very weird and superstitious, these blood magic rituals. But what was I going to say? Oh, they have to destroy the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque before they can build their temple. But I guess the red heifer ashes were just like another superstitious step required so they can purify the land, they can purify the priests to rebuild their temple. So we will see. Yeah. We'll see if they will even acknowledge it as real. I don't think it's real. It only is real as far as people believe it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But people do believe it, both Christians and Jews.
Like, here's the way it'll work. If some Jew now goes, well, the red heifer sacrifice has been fulfilled. So now he goes, now the next step is they got to go take out the dome. So who knows? They'll go in a tunnel, blow it up or something, and then say God did it and rebuild their temple. Which there has been plots like that before to blow it up.
They've done some crazy shit, but they're willing to go through anything. Even like, you look at like, I can't remember when it was, but they assassinated their own in Israel. One of their prime ministers was trying to do a peace deal, and they assassinated him. The hardcore right.
Yitzhak Rabin, exactly.
That was Netanyahu's party.
Really?
So it's like they're willing to do whatever.
There was a Jew in Israel that wanted to do a peace deal, and Netanyahu assassinated him. I'm sure that's false, YouTube. I'm denouncing that. Benjamin Netanyahu would never do that. But is that real? Did that actually happen? Can someone tell me, like, covertly in the chat?
No, I saw old videos. People are chanting Netanyahu or Bibi, whatever. The murder's on your hands.
Seriously?
Yeah. And
wow,
it's interesting enough. Even former prime ministers Ehud Barak and Ehud Olmert, they both say what I'm saying about the crazy rabbis and Netanyahu. They say the real threat is not Hamas, the real threat is not Iran. It's the messianic fanatics in Israel. And Ehud Barak said that Netanyahu is controlled by messianic fanatic rabbis that want to ignite the Middle East and hasten and usher in their Messiah. So even like the top leaders of Israel are confirming like how insane these apocalyptic temple cultists are.
No, people are insane. And to me, it seems like they're a real threat for Israel's existence. I mean, the whole world's turning on them. I don't know what's going to happen here, but it seems very possible. One of the things that could happen is Israel getting destroyed. I mean, or them trying to, nuking countries.
Dude, they're all in. They're trusting the plan harder than anybody, right? They're like, I don't care. They're betting the farm on their prophecies coming to fruition. Otherwise, they're going to be in big trouble. But look how much they've dominated. How many times did we hear, oh, Hezbollah, they're going to destroy Israel, or Israel could never send troops in and invade Gaza? They destroyed Gaza. They blew up all the pagers in Hezbollah. They're assassinating leaders in the capital of Qatar, the capital of Tehran. They're bombing the nuclear facilities of Tehran. They've had just been win after win after win over there.
It sucks being an anti-Israel guy because it's true. They keep winning. I mean, a lot of help from the U.S., but still they keep winning.
Yeah, and
I don't
it's
know
like
what the end game is.
Yeah, are people like learning about Israeli Zionist power on Twitter and on the internet right now? Yeah, but are they able to flip a switch and turn all that off overnight? They could also do that. But is any of this like mass noticing and mass awakening actually have an effect on the political level or like on the institutional level? No, they're more empowered than ever, actually. The Judeo-Christian kosher nationalism of Charlie Kirk has a mandate and more empowered and emboldened than ever after this assassination.
Yeah, it's frustrating because Israel's gotten so unpopular, but yet our politicians are still just bending over backwards doing their bidding. Mm-hmm. And, I think
more than ever.
Maybe 10 years down the road, that might change unless they're able to, censor us all, change things around. So it's hard to say what direction it's going to go because the young people don't like Israel. And it's going to be hard to win them back. But so far, it's going to take years to make any actual change.
Well, remember there was the leaked audio of Greenblatt kvetching about TikTok being anti-Semitic and them not censoring what the ADL wanted. Well, now they forced TikTok to sell. They installed the leader of the hate speech department with some IDF Jewish girl, and now I just saw the White House spokesman said that they're redoing they're fixing the algorithms now. And we know what that means. It means Israeli criticism, Zionist power, Jewish conspiracies are all going to be shut down.
Yeah, I pretty much stopped using TikTok because I get so little. It was getting traction.
I was watching video from a leftist protest earlier today. And do you know what I heard the leftists scream? And this is actually where I agree with the left. I was watching a leftist protest earlier today, and I heard the leftists scream, Israel owns America. And I was like, holy shit, the left totally gets this. And I've known this for a while. The left absolutely understands the problem with Israel. There is a segment on the right that also understands the problem of Israel. There's not an insignificant part of me that thinks that the segment of the left that understands that America is owned by Israel can maybe start to find some common ground with the segment of the right that understands that America is owned by Israel. And perhaps we join forces to dispense with that situation. And then we resume bickering about everything else after that situation has been resolved. Now, obviously, I see a lot of problems with this as well because I don't want to align with socialists. I don't want to. But I do think there is a bigger enemy right now that is greater than all of us. And perhaps we need to connect the horseshoe and say, you know what, socialists? We need to put aside our differences for like half an hour. And when we do that, we need to address this bigger problem that impacts all of us. And if we can just put aside our differences for a second, and we have many differences, but if we can just put them aside, they literally want to kill us. They want to control us. And we need to dispense with this situation or we're all going to die. And you know how this needs to be framed to socialists? It needs to be framed in terms of fucking capitalism. They want to kill us, socialists. They are oppressing all of us. We need to put aside our differences. I know you think we're fascists, and we are. But they are more powerful fascists than we are at the moment. So you need to put your feelings aside, socialists, and we will put our feelings aside as well. And we need to focus on the real enemy that is trying to control all of us. And then once that situation is dispensed with, we can bicker amongst ourselves again. And I really do think there will be a portion of socialists who understand this because they all hate Israel.
It just got buried, and it's like, I don't think it was just me not having good content. I think it was just so drastic. They did something to like pull me out of the logarithm.
Me too. Yeah. My videos there. Other accounts that weren't even that big would mirror my videos and repost them, and they'd go crazy viral, like rabbi compilations. But then on my page, they'd get like no views at all. And then I barely ever posted, and I still got banned on there for just posting like rabbi clips.
Yeah, I think I need to just start a new one. These rabbi clips, I haven't watched a lot, but I've watched some, and they're pretty insane. These extreme rabbis, Netanyahu's party. It's like crazy people running the government over there. And there are our Christian Zionists are going along with them. That's why I think there are I don't agree with everything you say, but there are important aspects. Let's read a few more super chats. Let's see. What's he say? LGBTQ are fighting the Judo matrix morals. Adam, I don't quite. I guess he's asking you if the LGBT are fighting for Judo matrix morals. I don't know.
No. The left opposition to Judaism or to Israel is completely controlled opposition. They'll scapegoat America. They'll say America controls Israel. They'll say Israel Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism. It's secular, atheist, white settler colonialism. The left is controlled opposition. The biblical scholars in academia, they're also controlled opposition. They're hypersensitive to anything deemed as anti-Semitic. It's considered blasphemy to criticize Judaism or say Jesus didn't exist amongst the biblical scholarly community on YouTube, especially. And like the communists in the communist opposition to Israel doesn't get anywhere. They just basically hate white people and call them white people.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
And, yeah, these people are part of the.
Adam, I'm going to fucking murder Adam for that comment. Not really. Obviously, I would never do that. I don't believe in violence. But Adam, for the amount of time that I've talked to, no. No. Adam? Yeah. I'm actually genuinely shocked to hear that. Yeah, exactly. I'm genuinely shocked to hear that coming out of Adam's mouth because, like, the left does not hate fucking white people. The left hates capitalism. Yep. You know what? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt because I adore Adam Green and I don't want to dislike him, and he's very handsome and he looks like a Viking and I don't want to dislike him. So I'm going to give Adam the benefit of the doubt that he was playing to the audience that was in front of him. Adam and I are going to have a long talk. I'm going to call Adam tomorrow, not tonight because it's 11 o'clock, but I'm going to call Adam and I'm going to be like, Adam, you can't. The left does not hate. No. That is what he said. Amalek, don't fucking defend him. Don't do it. That's not what he said. He said the left hates Israel because they... No, he didn't. Amalek, we're going back. We're rewinding this. No. Listen.
For me to criticize Judaism or say Jesus didn't exist amongst the biblical scholarly community on YouTube, especially. And like the communists in the communist opposition to Israel doesn't get anywhere. They just basically hate white people and call them white people.
Yes.
No. Amalek, no. You're lying. Don't defend him. No, he is wrong. And Adam needs to sit in his wrongness and be wrong because he is wrong. 3 hours and it's all done. 3 hours. It's over. No, Amalek. No, that's not correct. That's not for the amount of time that I've dedicated. Have you learned nothing? Adam, have you learned nothing from me? Amalek, have you? No, No, don't defend him. No, that's not what he said. No, he didn't. No, he isn't. No, he isn't. Amalek, don't fucking defend him. Adam needs to sit in his wrongness and be wrong. He is wrong. That is not what the left believes. That is not what the left believes at all in any way, Adam. We need to play Adam the Whiteness Means Capitalism videos from Cheryl Harris. We need to sit down. Adam has to have me on his show. I need to give him a lecture. We need to play some videos. It's all over if he doesn't do this. Adam needs to do penance for saying that the left hates white people when the left doesn't give a flying fuck about white people. I'm so aggravated right now. No, you're Amalek. No, you're defending him when he needs to sit in his wrongness and be wrong. That's not what Adam was saying. Okay? Yeah, Amalek's here. Don't think we don't know what you're doing, bro. We know you're running cover for him because you know what he just said was wrong. This is not fair. It's not fair and it's not acceptable. Socialists don't even believe in race. It's a social construct created by capitalism. Exactly. That's okay. We need to teach that. We need to... Oh, man. Damn. All right, let's continue.
Yeah,
Whatever.
These people are part of the reason they're so obnoxious. That's why a lot of people automatically go pro-Israel, because these people are awful. So we want to go the opposite of them. Like people, oh, you don't want to be with these, blue-haired trannies. It's like, no, I don't. But they are right on the Israel issue, and they do say things. It works like,
the way too. This is totally true. It works the other way. People see like Donald Trump is just like completely, owned by Israel.
I may be drunk, but I still know what's going on, and I still know that Adam was talking about white people and not about Israel, okay, Amalek? I may be drunk, but do not I have the reflexes of when it comes to socialism, even when I am drunk, I have a Rolodex of information in my head that is all directly related to socialism. Don't get it fucking twisted. I know what Adam said. Everyone in the chat knows what Adam said. You're not going to fucking gaslight me to make me believe that this was about Israel. It's not going to happen. No! Fuck you, Amalek. Okay, let's rewind. We're going to do a vote in the chat just for you, Amalek. We're rewinding all the way.
Other accounts that weren't even that big would mirror my videos and repost them, and they'd go crazy viral, like Rabbi compilation.
I want everyone to pay attention to see if Adam was talking about Israel or if Adam was talking about white people, because the video is on my side. It doesn't matter how many beers I've had. The video is on my side, and you guys are going to see that, and you guys can all hold keep me honest or whatever. Yeah, Adam needs to come on my stream right now and defend himself. That's a great idea. Can someone DM Adam and tell him to get the fuck on the stream?
But then on my page, they'd get like no views at all. And then I barely ever posted, and I still got banned on there for just posting like rabbi clips.
Wait, see? Like, you even knew it. You knew I was going to be mad. You knew it. When I first aired live, my first thought was Karlyn will be mad. And then I listened back to it ×3. And then I asked him after he was done on the phone, okay, well, you know what, Amalek? It doesn't matter what he meant, okay? It matters what he said. It matters what he said. And Adam and I need to have a long conversation about what the left actually believes. This is very clear to me. Adam needs to do penance by doing another show with me and asking me questions, and I'm going to explain stuff to him, and I'm going to show him videos because he doesn't understand. Well, you know what? You go text you go text Adam right now and say, Adam, you need to get yourself in here and defend yourself, because Karlyn is pissed off because you said the left hates white people. And you need to come and defend you.
Yeah, I think I need to just start a new one. These rabbi clips, I haven't watched a lot, but I've watched some, and they're pretty insane. These extreme rabbis, Netanyahu's party. It's like crazy people running the government over there. And there are Christian Zionists are going along with them. That's why I think there are important. I don't agree with everything you say, but there are important aspects. Let's read a few more super chats.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What's he say? LGBTQ are fighting the judo matrix morals. Adam, I don't quite. I guess he's asking you if the LGBT are fighting the judo matrix morals. I don't know.
No,
Exactly.
the left.
Exactly. Adam, for what Adam is about to say on this stream, Adam needs to confess and repent. That's what I need. I need Adam to come on my stream, and I need him to confess to his wrongdoings, and I need him to repent. And I don't think I'm asking too much, to be quite honest. I think that I think that confession and repentance is the very minimum that Adam needs to do.
Opposition to Judaism or to Israel is completely controlled opposition. They'll scapegoat America. They'll say America controls Israel. They'll say Israel Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism. It's secular, atheist, white settler colonialism. The left is controlled opposition. The biblical scholars in academia, they're also controlled opposition. They're hypersensitive to anything deemed as anti-Semitic. It's considered blasphemy to criticize Judaism or say Jesus didn't exist amongst the biblical scholarly community on YouTube, especially. And like the communists in the communist opposition to Israel doesn't get anywhere.
No,
they just basically hate white people and call them white people.
Yes,
wrong.
And these people are part of the reason
sinner.
They're so obnoxious. That's why a lot of people automatically go pro-Israel, because these people are awful. So we want to go the opposite of them. Like people, you don't want to be with these blue-haired trannies. It's like, no, I don't. But they are right on the Israel issue. And they do say things like,
too. This is totally true. It works the other way. People see like Donald Trump is just like completely, owned by Israel, so they go, "Oh, I got to support." Or these Bible fanatics. Donald Trump's White House faith advisor Paula White is speaking in tongues in front of the White House. They're insane, so it makes people vote Democrat. I think everybody, people go the opposite. Would agree. We don't want either of the extreme sides.
No, yeah, I agree. I saw some of the large, I can't remember what count, a large left-wing count yesterday was saying that, Israel is just a vassal state of America. It's like, give me a break with that bullshit. Yeah. That's clearly not the case. It's just such a low
IQ.
Biker. Yes, that's who it was. I think that guy, he's the guy I think that was trying to get me like banned from X when I forget what I said, something against the tranny kids, saying that should be banned.
Yep.
Trying to call me that guy's such a dork.
And now they're all getting banned, and like Destiny's getting banned from Twitch and stuff and demonetized on YouTube, and it's like, and now they care about free speech. Now the mainstream media is writing articles about, oh no, people are getting fired for their opinions. Now they care about free speech all of a sudden. When they were censoring, the Democrats were in party and they were censoring all of us, then that was words have consequences. They're so hypocritical.
No, exactly. That's why I don't care when those guys get canceled. Like if he's calling for me to get canceled, like I'm not going to care when he gets canceled. I mean, people can be like, oh, you can, you should say what's right. But this guy's literally calling for me to get canceled. So when he gets like, fired or banned from Twitch, I think it's funny. So, all right, let's read a few more of these super chats. So secular Marxists are fighting the judo matrix.
Oh God.
Someone asks.
No. Adam?
No, they're running cover for it, actually, whether they know it or not. The talking point that Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism is completely deflecting away with that the root of...
Okay, I actually agree with Adam on that. Adam is on this point, not on the white people point. On this point, Adam is correct. I agree.
Jewish identity in the state of Israel is all rooted in Judaism. Zionism is just Judaism politically playing out in the real world.
Yeah, and Zionism.
There would be no Zionism without Judaism. Returning to the land, calling it Zionism, going to that promised land, wanting to rebuild their temples, believing that their prophecies are being fulfilled. This is all Judaism. It's not like some Zionism thing that's different, but you see it all the time, that talking point. It's only running cover.
What do you make of like the original Zionist movement to take back Israel and Theodor Herzl and all that?
This is another common misconception. The original Zionist movement was not the secular movement of Theodor Herzl. There were many Zionist movements before that. Zabbatai Zevi in the 1666. That was a Zionist Kabbalistic movement that they thought he was the Messiah and he was trying to return to the Holy Land. There's one of the top Kabbalists in the 17th century, the Gaon of Vilna, the genius of Vilna. He had a Kabbalistic Zionist movement where they wanted. Jews have been praying 3 times a day for the rebuilding of their temple and to celebrate next year in Jerusalem. Since the temple was destroyed, they've wanted to go back from their exile. So they weren't able to accomplish it until they did it with the facade of being a secular thing. They had to win the secular people on board, but it has always been rooted in religion to go back. Even Ben-Gurion, he was citing all these prophecies and scriptures and stuff to justify it and using the religious language. So
yeah, I think what's the one guy, the first name you mentioned, he was tied to like the Frankists and stuff, right?
Zabbatai Zevi. He was like the Frankists were after him.
They left him. So
they were like the continuation of his movement.
Yeah, so we can't talk about it. It's not that they didn't exist. It just didn't wasn't properly explained. It's one of those weird religious offshoots.
Yeah, and it was a manifestation of Messianic Judaism is what that was.
All right, one more question here. It is, being anti-Abrahamic, which includes Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, is not easy. You get incredible amount of hate. It's not easy to speak the truth. We must do it for our people. That's from Jack the Clipper. I think he sent another one before too, so thank you.
It is true, Jake. I know you notice it, and I appreciate you for having me on.
You've gotten a lot of hate, I was pushed back.
It is going against the grain. There is an Abrahamic echo chamber, and they want to have an Abrahamic safe space where like nobody's even ever questioning if the whole Bible's just a lie. Like everybody just kind of goes without saying and grants like, oh, well, yeah, we know the Bible's true and the prophecies are true. Well, if you believe the prophecies are true, then you've already lost. You've already, fallen under the spell that they have magical prophecy powers.
Yeah, I try to stay open-minded, and it's funny. I'm probably going to get more backlash from this than David Duke.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
you have like a World War II debates that's going to be more controversial. But no, you're going to be fine. It's going to be.
Oh no, I'm not worried about it. That's the thing. You have to just. I'm not going to have a podcast and like not talk to guests I don't want to talk to. There'd be no point of having a podcast if we're going to do that. That would be pretty lame.
You don't want to talk to me?
No,
Don't you want to question the?
No, I do want to have these conversations. That's the thing. I think this is a conversation to like not have this conversation because half my audience doesn't want it, is retarded. If it's something I'm interested in, I want to hear I don't agree with everything you said, but I think that there's clearly a major problem with Christian Zionism. So to not acknowledge that problem, you have to look at the roots and try to dig. And I think it's, you made, like I said, I don't agree with everything, but you made some valid points. So.
Exactly. You nailed it. The roots. In the New Testament, it says Christianity, do not boast, Christians, against the Jews because they are the root that supports you. I'm not for going limited hangout, cutting off the leaves and this branch or Schofield Bible or only the Talmud. The root of it all is the Torah, Yahwehism. Believe in Yahweh, believe in Torah prophecies. That is the root of the deception. You're right about that.
Would you say that it's all kind of the same God they're believing? I know Christians would say no because Jesus makes it different.
They would say that, but it says explicitly in the New Testament that the Christians are following the God of Israel, or the God of the Jews, actually, is what it says.
Which is the same God. Allah just means God, which is the same God they're worshiping.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's the God of Abraham for sure. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. It's all the God of Abraham. Here, I'll show you real quick. Just so people can know, because a lot of people think this. They go like, oh, it's Jews. Another cope is they'll say Jews worship Satan. In Judaism, Satan is like the adversary to God and works for God and provides a divine role, but they don't worship Satan. They worship Yahweh. And if you don't recognize, and that's the cope with Christians, they'll make up and say Jews worship Satan, because if they don't say that, then Christians are admitting they're worshiping the Jewish God, which was the whole goal with the Jews to begin with. So here's Paul in Romans 3:29. Is God the God of the Jews only? Is he not the God of Gentiles too? Yes, of Gentiles too. So it's very clear. Gentile Christians are worshiping the Jewish God, Yahweh. And forget about it. No Jewish God for me. No bowing down to Jewish messiahs to me. I'm not interested. Not interested in being a slave to Yahweh, a slave to Zion. That's just my position. Call me Jewish if you want. I don't think it's Jewish to not believe in Jewish magic and a Jewish Messiah, but That's one of the copes I hear a lot.
So would you say, okay, you say Christianity was from the beginning. Do you think the same thing with Islam, or do you think that kind of randomly popped up, then they tried taking control of it?
That's a good question. I don't know to speak definitively on that, if it was started by a Jewish sect or if it was just like Arabs that were like appropriating the memes within Christianity and Islam. Honestly, I haven't investigated that and researched that enough. I've heard different theories. Some people say Muhammad never existed. Some people say his one of his wives was a Jew, or that he was, influenced by Jews. I don't really know, but I'll tell you one thing. Trying to claim that, like Islam does, that Muhammad was illiterate and the angel Gabriel appeared to him and dictated all of the Quran is such a made-up story. It's 700 years later. They're just retelling what's in the Torah, but yet still affirming the Torah. And they still believe in the Jews are the people of the book and like that, God's people in a way. So they're still affirming the foundation. I mean, there's just no greater psyop than the Jews saying that they're chosen by God and then convincing half the world through Christianity and Islam that that's true. Like that is wild.
It's pretty wild. So Islam calls them the chosen people too?
I don't know if it calls them the chosen people, but there is stuff in the Quran that identifies them as the people of the book and the people of Israel. And they think that the Jews were chosen by God, but then they corrupted it or got it wrong or something like that. So as in Christianity, like there's supersessionism, replacement theology, where Christians say, well, the Jews aren't chosen anymore. They broke their covenant. We have the covenant now. We're the spiritual Jews. But to even say that they were ever chosen is too much. Like if a Jew tells you he was chosen and you say, yeah, I believe you, like you've already lost. You've already capitulated to like the big lie. It is.
I'm the chosen person. Okay. It's like, to me, that's insane.
Yeah.
People
believe you.
Yeah. Anything else you want to hit on this or any other subjects before we wrap up?
No, man, I think we covered about all of it. I'll be happy to do a debate another time, or have you on my
do that live.
To talk about news or whatever else.
Yeah. Let me see if there's any more questions before we wrap up. There might be some more super chats. And just real quick, anything you want to plug before we wrap up?
Yep. I was banned from YouTube, but there is a fan created a fan page. So there's the Adam Green fan page on YouTube. If you're a YouTube person, I stream on Rumble and Odyssey almost every day, every weekday. There's playlist on the Odyssey called the Jesus Deception playlist if you're interested in more, and also a rabbi compilation to really get the big picture of the whole Abrahamic deception. And I'm almost done with my first book called The Jesus Deception, where I get into every little detail of this from beginning to end, putting it together in a very simple way of how I understand it and from all my research. And I hope everybody checks that out when it's ready.
This is the first book you're writing?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of work, I would imagine.
Oh my gosh. It's like 300 pages. I've been doing it for like 3 years. It is so much work to write a book.
Yeah.
So much research went into it, which is good because it's like embedded it into my mind, where it's like,
so if you're having debates or conversations, you remember it all.
Exactly.
So I'll check that out. For me, if you want to support the podcast, fightbackpodcast.com, you can buy some cool merch. My sponsor, Antelope Hill Publishing, you get a discount, use Fightback there, and you get a discount and help the podcast. I guess that's about all. So trying to think any final questions before I wrap?
Do you have any questions for me? Anything like of the verses I talked about, or any other questions?
If I have you back, I think you need to read the Bible before or have a debate, because it's a subject that I'm just not that up on. That's why it's kind of hard for me to push back. It's one of those conversations, like I don't fully agree with it all, but it's like
you saw the verses, like you can't not agree with all the verses I showed that talk, and not even Christians would disagree with all the verses I showed about all the nations bound. They just go, Jesus, he's not just the king of the Jews, he's the king of the whole world. It's like, yeah, that's the point. Like, you believe the king of the Jews is the king of the whole world. Like, that's the trap.
So, all right, I guess thanks so much for coming on, and we'll talk again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good night.
All right. Well, I guess that's it. That only took 4.5 hours to watch. So that's good. That's good. Listen, I what I love about that, I love that Adam finally got on Jake Shields' show. I know that's something he's wanted to do for a while. I think he presented his points rather well, and I think it's one of those things where it's like, there's going to be a lot of people who disagree with Adam just on the face of it. And there's going to be a lot of people who hear Adam's points, and maybe they're not going to talk about it publicly, but they're going to go, oh, that's interesting. And I think that's probably what he was going for. It's like, you know, the internet is a place where it's kind of like, you're going to hear most often from the people who disagree with you. That doesn't mean that there aren't a whole lot of people who agree with you or who are thinking about your talking points without saying anything. And so, yeah, I think Adam was, I think he was planting seeds. I think that's what he was doing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Listen, I did get one last super chat in. I was waiting until the end to take it. Do I believe in racial differences and race is a biological reality? I am on YouTube. And because I am on YouTube, I will say that God loves everyone unconditionally. And regardless of whether or not we were born white or black or Hispanic or Asian or any other thing, God loves us all unconditionally. But I am a lot more scared to walk down the street in a place like Detroit than I am to walk down the street in a place like New Hampshire. And that's all I'm going to say about that because I'm on YouTube. Owls are cool in Power Chat. Ever since I was little, I've always been drawn to certain symbols or patterns, as well as my own traditions involving idols or white deer, which turn out to be a symbol in many Native American and European cultures. My ancestral blood. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Owls are cool. Okay, that's it. We're done. We're done. We're done. Thank you. We're done. I'm done. I will be back I'm going to go drink the rest of my beer. And I'm going to be back for Socialism Saturday tomorrow at 6 p.m. and it's going to be awesome. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. I will not be drunk tomorrow, but it's Friday. I'm allowed to it's Friday. It's 11 o'clock at night. I'm allowed to be drunk. Okay. It's Friday at 11 o'clock at night. That's the purpose of happy hour. All right. I'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. We will do Radical Revolutionary Socialism tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you mount the like button if you have not already. And I'll see you guys then. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer. influence my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.